Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, November the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Before I get into the three I'm kind of looking at right now for those short sells. Well, if you were in the room yesterday, you know we were all over this SEV. And what a move it had after hours, actually towards the end of the day and then after hours. So on a personal note, I dumped my LCID. I just don't have the stomach for things that have $15, $20 swings in them. So I actually dumped my LCID. I know I was bound and determined to swing trade it. I took a little bit of a gain on it. Left a lot of money on the table. No problem, because I just put it all into this SEV. And yesterday I got into this one at 30. I sold at 34 and it popped back down. When it got back up to 34, right to this area here, I got back in. I think it was right around 35.40 or so. And then what a run it had after hours. Took some out at 44, I believe it was 44, held on to some just in case it did the crazy overnight. It got up over 50 overnight. Our data starts at 7, but earlier on it was up, I think around 43. Got out of it, all out of it around that 46 mark. I'm actually kind of waiting to see if it has another pop in it this morning. Once we get rolling, I've got an alert set around 45, but what a run for SEV. And we talked about it, it's sexy. SEV, solar EV, IPO yesterday. I don't typically trade IPOs, but this one was too hard to pass up. So that's all on a personal note. Now, what's happening today? Man, oh man, tons of action. First one, if you're seeing this Dr. NA, you happen to be one of the lucky souls in it yesterday. They just got bought out. I mean, look at this. No clue that this was going to happen. I mean, look at the trading guys for the last, look at the last months. I mean, nothing. And all of a sudden, I can't remember who's buying it, but it doesn't really matter who's buying it, but they're buying it up here. That's why it's flatlining. By the way, guys, anybody with IB, and every time I'm clicking on the news, there's no data to display. I don't know why. Well, I know why it's happening. It's obviously some issue they have. I'm just wondering if it's just me, though. Hopefully it's not just me. So anybody with IB and clicking on their headlines, are they getting the no data to display also? You have the same issue? I don't want to restart it. It's a pain in the butt to restart it, but is that what you guys had to do? So yours is fine. Okay, it must have been when I started it. Well, I'll just hang on. Usually it fixes itself during the day, so I'm not going to be too. I'm not going to get too hung up on it. Now let's take a look at the other things that are happening. Now here are three that I'm kind of watching. These are not necessarily, they're not all-time lows, but here's one, PTLO. PTLO, it's an earnings play. It's gone too far already for me. Yeah, man. Maybe some support around here, but if it breaks through the support down here for PTLO, I mean, it could keep running down. It's down 17% now. It's an earnings play. You can just see what's happened. I was looking at it right around here at that 48 level. So I'm a little too late. The other one I was watching was VIPS. VIPS can be pretty whippy. VIPS is closer to an all-time low. 1084, it can be a little bit whippy, but it's now below, of course, that 11 level. The next lows looking left are down around 10, so it's got some room. I'm not wild about it because I've traded this one before and it can be really pretty whippy. But there's that one, and then there's Cisco. Cisco, of course, is a little outside the range I like to trade. Price range I like. Oops, let me get the right symbol in. CSCO. And another earnings play. Look at this. It's gapped down through the 200-day moving average. So it is one definitely to keep an eye on if you're, if you don't mind playing some of these a little more expensive ones. It's an earnings play. But I don't see any one like the ones we've had for the last couple of weeks that are like nearing an all-time low or below an all-time low on earnings. I couldn't find any this morning like that. But there is a ton of, man, there's so much happening. I've got to rapidly go through these things. LGVN is up on, I guess, FDA giving them rare pediatric care or a pediatric drug designation. Okay, LGVN. This could go crazy. I mean, it's only 2.6 million in the float. I mean, it's already up 33%, but you know, once this market opens, I don't know. Has no shorts for me at Interactive Brokers. The PTLO, that looks like it was the one. It's already had a $4 drop since I saw it. GoPro is an upgrade to $15, a price target to $15. I just can't tell who it was because it's cut off. There we go, JP Morgan. Okay, JP Morgan. JWN, Nordstrom's. Nordstrom's had a little bit of news, and plus they're saying their earnings are expected to grow. They also had some news, JWN, excuse me, Nordstrom's. They're teaming up with a company called Fanatics. Okay, so that was a little pop for it. I don't expect too much more out of it. Macy's, though, look at Macy's. Good old Macy's. Macy's earnings play. Nice gap up for it. Excuse me. And another retailer, food retailer, of course, Kohl's, KSS. All-time, no, sorry, not an all-time high, 3-month high. Another earnings play. Look at this beautiful gap up, all out above all this. That's what I mean, Dwayne. Yeah, I see the headlines, but when you click on it, I can't see the details. So this is what I'm talking about. No data to display. So I can see the headlines, but when I click on it, I want to see what the headline, dive into it. I cannot see anything. So are you telling me that when you do that, when you do a restart, that comes up? Okay, guys, there's the SEV. I mean, this may not be over. I mean, it hit $54. Okay, thank you, Dwayne. So you were started in the program, and okay, thank you for, okay, it's got something to do with IB then. Okay, so it's nothing to do with restarting. That's the only, it's funny, I say how wonderful IB is, and, as far as executions, and never been frozen out or anything like that. This happens every now and then. Look at INQ. Oh, man. This is why I have a tough time swinging, because look at IONQ as an example. Yesterday, the low was all the way down to 23. There's a $10 on a $33 stock. I don't know how any one of you swing anything. Because you're obviously, if you are doing stuff like that, you're obviously not having stops. You're just going on faith. Unless you have $15, $20 stops on a $30 stock. I don't know. Look at that PTLO, guys. That was the one. I sort of dithered on that one, and I shouldn't have. Okay, guys, SEV. This is maybe just going to be scalping for me, but we'll see what happens here on this run. A little bit of a run here. I'm just trying to... Boy, there's more to get to. CERT, C-E-R-T, they did a financing at $31. C-E-R-T, C-E-R-T. And so it's hanging at that $31 price. Bed Bath & Beyond, BBBY. BBBY is gapped up. They're launching some kind of a brand called H for Happy. H for Happy brand. All right, why not? Sava, what is Sava doing? Yeah, Sava's up and down, up and down. Arcus, RCUS, and this is why I'm a little frustrated with not being able to see the news, because somebody, Arcus is putting a price target of $100 on them. Maybe that is maybe it's SVB, excuse me, Lyric. So I mean, look at this. I mean, here's a $40 stock, and Lyric's putting a $100 price target on them. Why not? RAAS is a gap up on, it's actually an earnings play, okay? It's actually an earnings play. I'm not sure, Pete. I really don't know. Maybe somebody can help. Pete's asking, how can you get better quality in this trading room? Says the YouTube room is fine. I don't know. We've been running it like this for several years now. I've not had too many issues about the quality, so I'm not sure. It might be your system. CTOS. CTOS. What are you doing? CTOS. This is going to drive me crazy, guy. PTLO was the one. It was the one, no question about it. All right, CTOS this is a gap down. They've done a secondary of financing. VOSO gapped up. They've approved a merger with a company called WEJO, W-E-J-O. They are a blank check company, a SPAC. CRDF is gapped up. I think somebody has put a let's see, a $15 million investment from Pfizer. Okay, that is the reason for CRDF. Okay, SEV. Oh, crazy. Yeah, I saw Clover. Yeah, CLOV is way down. iSun gapped up. Also, they've increased their guidance for 2022. So it had iSun, it gapped up and then came right back down. It was not shortable for me. Too bad. When I say not shortable for me, no shares available at Interactive Brokers when I say something like that. Now, this is one that I just can't see the news because AGTC, okay, this was up, and again, it says that traders circulating, but I can't see what they're circulating. Okay. Yeah, so Linda, he's talking about in this trading room right here. He said YouTube is fine, but he's wondering is there a selection for HD? But I am broadcasting in HD or streaming in HD, so I don't know how to help. I don't think so. You mean the website I use, Martin? It's called IPO Scoop. Let me see if I can grab you the. There it is, right there. Okay. See, when I start streaming, it asks me how I want to stream, and I always pick HD. So nothing. I don't think anything I can do on my end. So sorry. All right. Let's see. What else do I have here? I think that is it. A big list of stuff. Okay. Let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Actually, maybe they're taking early Thanksgiving break because hardly any, both on the upside or the downside. So I'll get some of them in now. This is from briefing.com, nothing to do with trade ideas. Ha! Who's doing that? Morgan Stanley upgrading OTLY. Interesting. They've been hard hit. They just had earnings, and it's so far been a bit of a disaster. Is ZTO, a couple of upgrades. I see. And there's that upgrade for G Pro from Morgan Stanley. I'm sorry, JP Morgan. All right, there are some of the upgrades. We've got some of the downgrades in now. And there are very few. Again, this is from, here's that ATVI. Big news on that one, of course, yesterday with the CEO, etc. So, come on, SEV, break 50 again. You know you can do it. Still no data to display, so this can't be just a Canadian thing. Or IB. Now, I mean, SEV is doing extremely well still, but you know, the EVs are, well, I shouldn't say, I don't know all of them, but I mean, the EVs are certainly not kind of moribund right now. I'm looking at, well, Riven is having a bit of a pop, but I mean, you know, Riven was up to, RIVN was all the way up to 180. This is why I don't know how anybody swings these. I mean, it got all the way up to 182 and all the way down to, well, this morning, down to 130. I mean, that's, how do you swing that? Yeah, I can do that. So I've got a relative volume filter in there, so you won't see anything in the pre-market. Well, OTLY, guys, is starting to move on that upgrade from, I think it was JP Morgan. But it got hammered on earnings. It wasn't doing well before. Let's not kid ourselves. It's not like it was doing well before. And here's the IPO. A lot of fanfare on it. Got all the way up to 30. And then over the ensuing months, just drifting down. And these got clobbered on earnings right here. And now for whatever reason, JP Morgan is giving them an upgrade. All right, let's take a look at the major sectors before the market opens. I'm going to go to my doc channel bar, and I'm going to the sector status. Market is in for a positive open to begin with. Now what I want energy down. I get paid in Canadian, US dollars. I want energy to sink. Sorry, I get paid in US dollars, yes. Okay. What you're seeing here, for instance, here's a technology ETF, XLK. So what this 84% refers to is that all the stocks that make up this, the technology XLK technology ETF, all these stocks, 83% of them are up. Wow, look at NVIDIA. Wow, 10%. That's a huge move. 83% of them are up from yesterday's close. That's what that percentage refers to. Financials, 82%. So you can see consumer staples, only 20% above. Now, of course, this can change. An hour into the market, you can get a big reversal. But right now, 70% of the energy stocks are up. But obviously the big one, big two, it's interesting. There's a bit of a disconnect between communication stocks and technology. A lot of times they kind of run in tandem, but not really. Only 50-50 for communications. But anyway, that's a glimpse of what we're seeing right now. No, I agree. In terms of that, I don't really think that's a political statement at all. I know the administration, your administration, is putting pressure to get oil prices lower. So that's just that's a market affecting situation. The political would be, quote unquote, he's an idiot for doing that, or he's great for doing that. Okay, I mean that's where you get political. Well, that was just a quick and dirty on the SEV, guys. I was really hoping it would take out 40, but no. This is not shortable for me yet. Listen, this is not going to hold. We all know that. I don't know where it's going to really collapse, but American Eagle Outfitters, AEO. And where are you an earnings play? November 23rd, no, next week. But look at this move for AEO. See if there's any. Let me just see if there's any news on it. All right, 1 minute. Thank you. All right, guys. Yeah, as I say, 1 minute to the open. Look at Sava. This is this is a tough trader. Yeah, so they're initiating a second phase 3 study of their Alzheimer's drug. Yeah, retail's probably moving off Macy's. Macy's having a nice earnings play right now. All right, everybody, market's open. Okay, well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. You know, I didn't take anything in the pre-market. Well, except for the SEV, but that was more of a... I didn't take any short in the pre-market. Sono was an earnings play too, guys. I didn't mention Sono. I didn't mention it because it looks like it's got too much... there's Nordstrom's. Nordstrom's definitely on the run here. They don't have earnings till next week, but they did have some news. I think they're raising guidance. And also, this deal they got with, I don't know these guys at all, Fanatics. They're going to be carrying their brand, I guess. Well, I may be wrong. Look at SEV. It is coming right back up. Maybe it will take out that 50 again. If it does, I might be... look, I'm not telling anybody to do what I do, but, you know, it did get up. Again, I'm just looking at my IB chart. Got up to about $55 pre-market. All right, Macy's on the move. Macy's still on the move here, guys. Here's the pre-market high. Yeah, this is probably for sure sitting out the first 15. How's VIPS doing? Yeah, you see, I've traded this one before, and I find it very, very whippy. VIPS. I mean, look, that would have, if I had been in this short in the pre-market, that would have knocked me out for sure. Now here's Tilray, guys. Tilray, actually, wow, look at Tilray. Yeah, Barclays initiates with an underweight. I mean, this is almost an all-time low. I mean, remember we're all excited. Well, markets seem to be all excited about all the cannabis plays. Let's take a look at MJ right now. Yeah, look at this. I mean, the market are all excited about it. Everybody, you know, cannabis in your country is going to be legalized everywhere. I don't know what's happened since then. So these are some of the early morning movers, guys. Here's ZTO. It's an earnings play. Actually, it is an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. You know, it might have some resistance. I'm sorry, this is CSIQ. CSIQ earnings play, solar play. All right, look at this RSKD continuing down, another all-time low. This was got hammered on earnings, continued down yesterday, continuing down so far today, RSKT. Yeah, STNE is also moving down. Look at Sava. Wow. Sava up over $50, $51, back down to 46. Nice little $5 drop. Market feels like everything is down, but as we saw on the sectors, so the Dow's down a little, tech is up a little, SPY's up a little, so really nothing. Wow, look at STNE just continuing. Wow, I lost sight of the Sono. So look at Sono, guys. I mean, Sono had the nice little pop after hours on earnings. It looked pretty good this morning. And now the market's open and it has now gone negative. And that is SONO. And the market first 15-minute candle is starting out red anyway. Okay, guys. Well, now I think the SEV is over for a while anyway. Man, STNE. Not in it. Almost an all-time low. It's getting closer and closer. It's only 5% above the all-time low. Just one moment, please. Look at Sono and STN right from the daily breakdowns. Look at these things move. Now the CERT is a financing, I believe, at 31. So I don't expect it to be, too volatile off that 31. I've been wrong before though. Okay, let's take a look at some of the ones on the long side. LVGN. So Zach was talking about a pop off 4. Man, look at RIVN. Wow. This is just big, massive sell-off now. Oh, look at STNE. Oh my goodness. Second day continuation on earnings down in a massive way. So Ija, you have to tell me about RIVN. And I know you say you're long and strong and all that stuff, but I mean, at some point. Yes, Anthony. I mean, I've been taking some early morning shorts on, because of a certain, if the pattern, if it's near an all-time low and it's an earnings play and all that, I have been doing that. I never ever did that before. But typically, yeah, I just sit out that first 15 minutes. Just things are just too wild, up, down, up, down. And I'll miss out on an LGVN. I will. I'll completely miss out on it. I can deal with that. Okay, good, Ija, good. All right, guys, let's see what's happening here. Yeah, you see how whippy this VIPS was? I mean, I wanted to take this underneath 11. I was really toying with the idea in the pre-market. But my memory with this one is that it can be very whippy. I would have got stopped out for sure. Now it's starting to move down. The only issue I've got is that, the next low looking left is around 10. So, I mean, yeah, from 10, if it got all the way down from 1060 down to 10, that'd be awesome. But don't have as much faith that it'll do that. Now, look at the sell-off now for SEV. Whew, am I glad I got See, I didn't get stubborn on it. Took my little scalp in the pre-market on it. And, hey, Zach, do you have shorts available for SEV yet? They're not available yet at Interactive Brokers. Really? In Webull already? Interesting. Look at iSun, guys. Much ado about nothing on that one. What was their news again? They upped their revenue guidance for 2022. So they already, I'm going to assume they had earnings on, maybe they didn't, November 15th. So are you guys still getting the no data to display regarding the IB headlines? Still no news. And Dwayne, you're in the States or Canada? Just to make sure this is not a Canadian thing. Oh, you're in Canada. Okay. Montreal. I'm from Montreal, Dwayne. Arcus, RCUS. So aggressive price target put on them by somebody. I just can't tell who. $100 price target. Look at Playboy, guys. PLBY. 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 Look at this one. So it had earnings a couple of days ago. Massive news. Kind of a rest. And now it's approaching the 2-day ago high. All right, Lucid. I'm not giving up on you completely. I'm not in it anymore. I know I said I would be, but I couldn't hold on. Look at the volume coming in. So I've got an alert set of over 50. See if that happens. Mr. Web Trader, good morning. Yeah, look at Playboy. You're in the USA and you're getting the newsfeed. Okay, you know what I mean. I'm talking about I'm talking about this. When you click on the headline, you're getting data. And I see the headlines. When I click on them, no, I'm not getting the data. Yeah, I see. Wow. So the AI had a November 17th post-market. So the AI's in this one, guys. I'm not. Release earnings after hours. You can see the move, the drop in the pre-market, and now the move up. Yeah, Macy's, nice to see. Nice to see. What do we got over here? 30. I mean, it's actually, a 2-year high. I'm sure everybody thought that was it for Macy's down here. I mean, $7.30. Yeah, INOQ is a tough one. A really tough one. I mean, look at yesterday. You got all the way down to $23, okay? Or $24, I think. And this morning, up to 30. I mean, these are wild, wild swings. Well, right now I'm just kind of sitting on my hands. I'm not racing into anything. Here's the other short from yesterday was the NNOX. Another earnings play, continuation down so far, NNOX. Not much, but now Arcus is moving on that upgrade. A price target of $100. And that's by SVB Leerink. Where are they out of? Because I think Leerink's US or a European outfit. I think they might be out of, I don't know, the Netherlands or something. Okay, what is NOG all about? Are you not an earnings play? NOG, not an earnings play. Again, waiting for anything happening in my option scanner. Nothing yet. Very whippy. Look at this VSCO. I know it's a AI alert, but it's very whippy. All right. Yeah, well, the LGVN, congrats for those of you who took that one. You can, I was really interested in it. I was hoping it would base a little bit more, but there's that float, 2.6 million in the float. FDA giving them rare pediatric disease designation. But it's all about the float, guys. 2.6 million in the float. Not shortable for me. At some point, that would probably be something that's going to collapse a bit, but here are my levels on SEV. This is my yesterday activity on SEV. Got in just over 30. sold most just at around 34, and then when it dipped, got back in right about here at around just under, it was around between 35 and 36, and then rode it in the after hours, sold some at around 44, held some, woke up this morning, sold some at 47. I actually scalped some in the pre-market, you know, but I was all out of it here. Scalped a little bit here, but it was awesome. Yeah, as in none. Yeah, it was. Listen, we talked about it incessantly. You know, we had all sorts of opportunity once it took out 30, number one. But, you know, it had all the right elements, solar, EV, all the right elements. Look at Macy's, guys. Wow, what a move for Macy's. Earnings play. VXRT, let's take a look at VXRT from Sam. Yeah, wow, nice move. Nothing happening in the pre-market. Getting very close to that 200-day moving average. That's the issue, I think. I am very glad I got out of my Lucid, guys, LCID. Didn't make nearly what I could have, but hey. I think I still have my price alert for PIPP. Yeah, nice. Yeah, it's still no deal announced yet. Actually, I think I deleted it. So let me. I'm happy to get it higher if they announce the deal and it. I did not check RBLX, no. Over 120 still? Yeah. Man, oh man, oh man. How's the Matador doing? How's MTTR doing? It's drifting down, actually. Interesting. Well, I guess RBLX is the obvious leader in this little metaverse. That's probably not that's not probably politically correct anymore. Person, oh person. Well, this ruckus, guys, is really reacting to this $100 price target. Yeah, SPY's heavy, as Zach is saying. So here we've got that first 15-minute candle down. Second one is continuing. It did have a topping tail here, but it's continuing down. So the Dow is down. So there's a little disconnect going on. Little disconnect. Dow is up, Dow is down, and Nas is up. I'm getting some. I don't know, is that something wrong with my internet connection or something? My mouse is losing power. Actually, this is USB, so it's not. All right, ATNF, what are you doing? ATNF, I did see this in the pre-market. Do I have any news on it? ATNF. Boy, this is interesting. No data to display still. So you guys in Canada who have IB, you did reload Interactive Brokers, but you're still not, that didn't help. Not for the faint of heart, but look at Sava. Up, down, up, down. Are you actually speaking with him? You actually got a hold of somebody? Oh, okay. Oh man, hey, guys, what's Drive doing? DRV. I mean, all of a sudden, EV is a no-go. It's still, I mean, hanging in there. There's a ETF for the EVs. Yeah, so Hill, we're talking about this though. We're talking about clicking on a headline. I don't want to dwell on it too much. We're talking about clicking on a headline and no data to display, okay? You know what, guys? I may have an internet issue or a router issue. Something's going on here. I may have to shut down. I don't think it's not going to affect you guys, but I think my router might need a reboot if this keeps up. You're talking about IB, Chris. Yeah, I had no problem with my charts. I only have one chart up. Here's a $5 pop for SEV. So technology is letting me down a little bit today, guys. So I'm going to have to be very careful. I don't want to get into something and then not be able to get out because of the router. Well, if you held on to this Vasco from the AI, that's a nice 5% move right now. Only a couple from the AI right now. Here's one moving. Enthusiast Gaming Holdings, EGLX, on the move here. Announces record unique visitor traffic. I can see the headline. I just can't get the details, but okay. Let me see if our news is... Yeah, see, at least our news, so I can at least see this. Look at Playboy, guys. PLBY, look at this one. I mean, this is having a great day. Took out the 2-day ago high, had earnings. Market reacted extremely well. Bit of a pause yesterday, and now continuation. PRPO, haven't seen that one for a while. PRPO, let's take a look at this. Another cheap one. Got right into that daily high right there, 245. What did it hit? 244. Amazing how that works. Just look left. It doesn't happen all the time, of course, but it's amazing how often it does work. Well, here's a pretty expensive one, almost at an all-time low. AI. Yeah, I'm gonna have to talk to my wife, make sure she's not doing something important that she needs, because I'm just getting, I think there's just something, I might have to do a reboot of my router. Yeah, I'm not talking about IB anymore. I'm talking about there's just something going. I mean, my mouse is it stops and then it's fully charged. So anyway, LGVN guys, congratulations for those of you who took it off that 4 pop. I know Zach talked about that on a 4 pop. That's a great percentage move, up to 5. So Coles is still up here, guys. It's an earnings play, but look at this. Look at this resistance it's getting into on that monthly chart, around 64. Okay, how's Woof doing now? Woof. Oh man, I wish I'd seen this a little bit earlier, but look at Woof. It's an earnings play right through the 200-day moving average. Now here is a potential area where it could stall. You can see on that daily chart, 2173 or so, it's right there. Takes that out, and it's got room down to about that 21 level. And this is the Woof. Let me see what the low is. 2182, 2178. Yeah, it's just there. You can see that daily chart. But this could be the all-dayer. Except, I think 21 is probably going to hold it. Nothing. Oh, wait a minute. I shouldn't say that. Something happened in my option scanner. Yeah, boy, I don't know if I can take a trade, guys, unless I do a reboot or something. 1581 post market for BMTX. I think I did see some news on it. I don't know if ISON had an upgrade. They said that they've upped their guidance for 2022. I don't know if they actually had an analyst upgrade. I just see it says ISON sees 22 sales, 165 million versus 139 estimate. But they already had earnings, but now they're revising their guidance. But so the market reacted, but then didn't care. It's possible. It's possible. This looks, based on the price, that it might have been a SPAC. A SPAC, and this is who they merged with. You'd have to check. Well, I can tell in a second. Yeah, I can almost guarantee it was a SPAC, okay? Because look at the position in the lifetime range. When you look at the chart, you would think, no, actually, maybe I'm wrong. 21% a fifth. Yeah, that would be more like 50%. So I think this was a SPAC, okay? Based on that position and lifetime range, it's only 20% above the low. And so I think it was a SPAC. Another one showing up here, Rhombus. This used to be the Rambus. I think they used to just be involved in lawsuits. or a patent troll, maybe that's the correct term. I sort of remember them, several years ago. A rhombus is a yes, but this is rambus. I said rhombus, yes. All right, guys. Woof. Woof, woof, woof. What convinced me, it's also an AI play. I didn't even realize it. Well, let's see. I don't expect a bunch out of it, but there is your probably some support around 21. But it's an earnings play. I just have to watch my mouse, make sure that it doesn't die on me or something, or Yeah, that's a big move down now for the SPY. So now look at the Dow. Now NAS is negative. SPY, of course, is down. So that is a big move down for the SPY. Well, woof. Yeah, I hate to do it because, I love my pets, but pet and pet supply stores, earnings play. Again, if you took this short, I think that 21, that could hold it up. Yeah, Sava has been up and down, up and down. I would if I could. I'm not sure how I can do it in IB, Zach. So hopefully somebody. Meanwhile, man, oh man. I just should have put everything into my wife's company and just said adios. When I say my wife, the company she works for. Your wife works for Dillard's? Oh my goodness. No kidding. Yeah. Wow. That's amazing. That is truly amazing. Thank you, Dwayne, for the update on the IB stuff for the headlines. All right, woof. So we had, in fact, it's funny, the daily breakdown, 2208, and that's exactly the price that the AI alerted it at, 2208. Wow, look at this. Great job, guys, whoever took this one. I did not take this one, the LGVN. I thought it could do something like this with that float, but I did not take it. I did short woof, yes. I don't expect a huge amount out of it. Is today's 10-day, well, you can see it on my screen. GM Tiger, no? Can you see it on my screen? I said I don't expect too much out of the wolf. I think that 21 is probably is going to hold it anyway. So GM Tiger, can you see on my screen? Can you see my screen? Okay, so you see the 10-day daily breakdowns. You see there they are. Starting with CERT, and the last one was WOOF. Whoa, over 50. And you're using mine? Ah, okay. This is what I did, okay, for me. And I don't, I do I do. I upped the current volume to at least 8, okay? That's what I did. If you do a, no, don't do a reload. You don't have to. I just decided I didn't want as many. So I can't remember what it was when I first started. It might have been only 3. And I did the same on the breakouts. Now I feel foolish for not being in the LGVN. And you're right, it just got halted. First halt of the day, guys. 1, okay. Yeah, so I upped it to 8 because we're getting too many. I think, you know what it was? I think remember now, this is from Real a long time ago. I don't even think he had a relative volume. And so I added 1, and I put it in at least 1, but I was getting too many. Look at Tilray. I mean, just getting crushed here. Yeah, I had no LGVN shorts either. I don't have anybody trades IonQ. I mean, look at this. I mean, you got all the way up to what, 35, 36, all the way down now to 30, 31 or so. I mean, that's big percentage moves, and on the way down. I mean, it's on the way down. I don't have that data up. I know there's a screen that I can look at. I don't know what IB has for LGVN. I mean, I don't even know if we have that information. So we have 2.6. So it's probably going to be about the same. I mean, 3.4. Again, it's really hard with some of these really cheap ones to get I don't think there's any such thing as the official float for some of these little ones. As long as there's not like a wild discrepancy. Yeah, it's super low. That's why. I mean, as you know, that's the only reason. Remember when I was first looking at this, it was only up 30%, and I said, well, because of that float, anything can happen, and anything has happened. And here we have, the warrants, VOSO. Wow, look at VOSO. So they did, oh my goodness, VOSO. So they did have some news. They've approved the merger with WEJO. And that's the reason for this huge move. This is a SPAC, of course. But they're merging with, I don't know anything about, well, I read about what WEJO is. the Wejo group. Let's take a look again. No, I don't want you, BMO. Okay, so this is what they do. Connected vehicle data. Okay, that's what it is. I don't know. Huge potential connected vehicle data through the continued development of its technology program, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that is what Wejo is all about, and that's why Voso. So they've approved the merger. Wow, came out of the halt. Oh, this is a little bit hard for me to watch, not being in it. But let's hope if Wolf gets down to 21, I'll be relatively happy. All right, BERY running down. Let's see, what are you doing? Are you got any? So through the actually sitting right on the 200-day moving average. Actually, an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market earnings play. Sitting right on the 200-day moving average. Man, if it takes it out, look left. I mean, there's a lot of room. 60 is the next level. If it can take out that 200-day moving average, 63.85, it's sitting right on it. Oh, appreciate that, Rhyme E. Well, keep an eye on this. If it really takes out that 200-day, it's down 9% already on earnings, but it would still have room to tumble. You know, looking at a chart, I'm not saying it's going to get to 60, but all right, I've covered some of the woof. Again, I didn't think it would do that much, to be honest. I just thought that, and I'm a little leery with my mouse. Actually, the mouse seems to be okay again, so. Yeah, so I'm all out of the woof. Marginal gain on that one, on the short. Yeah, anybody who has shorts available for LGVN, at some point it's going to take a tumble. It's just a matter of where. I mean, it's already tumbled from that 760 down to 7, but you got to be awfully careful though. Dak, good morning. All right, guys, I'm kind of watching this RIVN to see if there's finally a bottom here. I mean, RIVN, what a tumble from 180 down to 128 in, basically two days and this first hour of trading. So, I mean, that is a massive tumble. Okay, Dak. I'm glad you're showing up though every now and then. Nice to see you. Ah, okay. I sort of remember your being in that area. All right, so Cardiff Oncology. So these are the guys who had an injection of $15 million from Pfizer, some kind of a fund, PFE. Wow, look at Sev now. I mean, we knew this was going to happen. It's just a matter of if anybody had shorts available on the second day of an IPO. Interactive Brokers didn't, unfortunately. All right, 10:26. Kind of lost sight of time. Now, hey, big news. I should have mentioned this a lot earlier. We have a Black Friday promotion on right now, okay? So, let me, in the YouTube room, I have to type it in. Or not type it in, but paste it in. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, so there is my homepage link that I've put in. Now, my homepage tab is available, of course, all day long if you're in this trading room. And my homepage tab has that link. So when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. And so don't use this promo code, obviously, okay? Use the black 25 as I put it in. You'll see it. Actually, just a minute. I just have to do a refresh because I know it was changed. Just let me do a refresh. There we go. So black 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. So when you click, get trade ideas. So we have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. And first of all, before I do anything, welcome to the trading room. If you are new to the room, this is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. So again, here are the 4 plans that we have, annual and monthly for premium and standard. The big one, $22.68 a year minus the 25% using that black 25 promo code. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 25%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. Now, you don't have to start off with an annual plan. In fact, this is what I would do. If you don't know this program, do not take on an annual plan. You know, our refund policy is not great, tell you flat out, okay? No point in doing that though. You can always try us out, either standard, premium, 118, 228, less the 25%. Okay, now that 25% discount is good only for the first month. But, so if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'd pay going forward. But, let's just say for argument's sake, you take out a standard with the 25% off. If within 30 days you say, you know what, I want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 25%. So there's no point in jumping into the annual if you do not know this program. Okay? No free trial. No free trial. We have what we call a test drive that is coming up sometime in January. Okay, in which you'll for $11.11 you'll have access to our program for two trading weeks, 10 days. But we do not have free trials. No. Problem is, you know, the data, we still have to pay for data. We'd love to give people free trials. We still have to pay for data. And so we're not going to do that. Okay, so again, don't look at that 15%. Remember, black 25 is the promo code. Now, more information on my homepage. So, the trade of the week, free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do, free. I do it around noon Eastern. And all the education. Even if you don't have a subscription, you can take a look at this, see what we're all about. We have a very comprehensive user guide now. Introductory lessons. That's what I would do if you're new to trade ideas. Just take a look at the introductory lessons that goes over, what are top lists, creating them, what are alert windows, creating them. Daily support sessions. So today is Thursday. I moderate a YouTube room at the same time, but I do take a break at noon. So one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so that should be Jamie. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there between 12 and 1. Daily webinars. Today is Thursday, so there is one today. They are Monday to Thursday. You can sign up for them all right? But we're on a rotation now. So this week it's Tuesday, Thursday. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday. But you can sign up for them all. And back to basics. If you're new to trading or just want a little refresher, great little video series, okay? All free. The Black Friday, I'm sure almost at the end of the month, okay? I'm very surprised it's available now. It's all to do with probably, I would say, to the 28th, okay? And that'd be 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on the 28th. Typically, it doesn't start until, the Thanksgiving, Black Friday week, but we're doing it early, I guess, this year. And then, my scans. So there's another big section. So these sections are free. Obviously, you need a subscription to Trade Ideas if you want to take a look at the scans that I've created. I've got a sample layout, and I've got, the three that I really pay attention to: moving higher with unusually strong options, and the 10-day daily breakout and daily breakdown. These are the three I really pay attention to. Got other scans though. You might look at something and say, yeah, I wouldn't mind that. This is what I use in the pre-market: gap up, gap down share, pre-market actives up and down. These are the four that I use in the pre-market to kind of get the ideas that might, once the market opens, may still be active when the market opens. So these two sections, a lot of information. All you have to do is save my link, and then you can look at these at any time you want. Just give me a moment. I'm just sizing my the trading room over another monitor. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scan, the 10-day daily breakout. Okay? If you want to create your own scans, you would always start off with some filters, okay? Without filters, because what this is looking for, if these are the filter requirements, that I'm using, stock has to be between $2 and $35. Current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day, minimum of 400,000 shares, etc. But that's the concept that you always start off with. You start off with some filters. And so if these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these. Obviously, if I didn't have any filters and I just said, well, show me stocks making new highs for the day, I'd be inundated with alerts. So that's why you always start off with filters to get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. Okay? So if you want to create your own scans, the good news is that you don't have to learn a programming language. If I right-click on an alert window and then click on search, these are all the alerts that we have. Okay, I'm going to scroll down, and here, when you get to these icons, these are the filters. You don't have to learn them all. When I emphasize that, I know, those of you who've been in the room for forever, you probably get tired of my saying this, but it's amazing how many people, when they first look at Trade Ideas, they think, oh man, I can't learn this, it's too much. Well, you don't have to learn all the alerts and filters. What we've tried to do is create enough of them so that for the majority of our, we have thousands of customers, for the majority of them, they can create the type of scan they're looking for if they want to create their own scan. So you don't have to learn them all. It's like looking at a word manual. You don't have to learn everything that's in that massive word manual. Just, pick the things that you want to be able to do. Okay? So don't get hung up on it looks too complicated, because it really isn't. Now, we also have a lot of other scans that we're sharing. If you click on New from our toolbar, and then Dock Channel Bar, all of these are the channels that we've got, and they're all theme-based. So, for instance, we have a momentum channel. So, this is a momentum channel. Again, if you want to see what it's looking for, this alert window called Momo, you just right-click, Configure, click on the summary, and it'll tell you what it's looking for. So if you liked it the way it is, but let's say you didn't like that, and my scans also, you didn't like the price range, maybe you want a minimum of $10, and you want to make the maximum $100, you of course can change it. I'm going to click on OK, and see how it's changed. So now it's changed in this channel, okay? However, if you leave the channel and you come back, you'll notice, hey, what happened to my change? The reason for that is that these channels are for everybody. So the fact that you want to make a change doesn't necessarily reflect what everybody else wants, okay? But this is typically what a person will do once they get a little bit used to using Trade Ideas. They see a scanner that they like, they can make a change, or they can keep it exactly the way they want it, and then they save this scan to the cloud. Okay, they save it to the cloud. I'll explain why. Now you can go to another channel, say the stock surging channel. The action is heating up right now. You might look at that, go, yeah, I wouldn't mind to see what that's all about. You right-click on Configure, you look at the summary. I would change that, but I think the price range is a little crazy. But you get the drift. You can take a look at all these, make some changes if you want. If not, you just save it to the cloud. So we've got tons of scans and all these different theme-based channels that you can take a look at one by one. Extract things that you might like. Once you've done that, if you've extracted some of the scans you might like, then you just File, Load from Cloud. And if you save them to the cloud, you'll see them right at the top. You just highlight, load, etc. Thereby building your own layout, your own personal customized layout, without actually having to have built a scan from scratch. So we try to make it very, very easy for you. Okay, so that's a basic overview of what Trade Ideas is all about. Now, if you have our premium service, then you obviously have access to the AI, Holly. This is how I would watch it. Just click on, from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. The Trades window, okay? Don't overcomplicate things. This is what you'll see, not these two. I've attached these earnings plays also to this doc, but this is what you'll see, okay? And just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you, but you'll have an entry time. It'll be real time. All this is all real time. Nothing will happen until at least 9:35. Okay, you see the first alert came in at 9:43. And so you had an entry. You don't have to get in right at the penny. You have a stop, then how you trade it will be up to you. And you see where there was the woof. Okay, so again, how you trade it will be up to you. I like to use it like a watch list all day long. Sometimes, the AI gets into it, gives you an alert, might be a little bit early. Maybe the setup isn't quite ready yet, in my opinion, for me anyway. And so I use it like a watch list. Might put some price alerts, on to see if as if it triggers where I would rather get into a trade. Okay, but how you use it will be up to you. The Vasco VSCO, I wouldn't call this the easiest one because it was, pretty whippy. But, if you held on, you'd be up 5% now. But again, how you use it will be up to you. Now, the next thing I just want to go over is this window that you see, big blue window. It's called Brokerage Plus. Okay, so that Brokerage Plus link, it has two videos in it. The short video, if you happen to have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, then you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. You'll see, and this is only available if you're using our downloadable application, not available if you're using our web-based version of the product. Okay? You notice here there's an option called Brokerage Plus, and underneath there are two options, Live and Simulation. So again, you obviously you have to have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account with real-time data, and then you would connect, and that first short video shows you how you can do that. Okay, now please listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this window. That's all it means. Okay, it's a feature, it's an option. It's not mandatory to use it, even if you have an IB or E-Trade account. It's there if you want it. Now the second video from that link, a lot longer, it's about 26 minutes long, goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. Look at LGVN, my goodness, wow. Yeah, you talk about blowing up again. So the second video is a lot longer, shows you how you can actually, it goes into more detail how you can use this. How I like to demonstrate is using the simulator, okay? If you're new to trading, please practice trading before you commit money to the market. Give me a moment here. I was notified for something. So again, before you start trading with your live account, real money, practice, practice, practice. You can use our simulator, okay? Doesn't matter who your broker is because it's using our real-time data. You don't even need a broker, okay? It uses our real-time data. Very simple to use. I like to always demonstrate using it on a pullback, just to show you how you can. A lot of people like to take pullback trades. So well, you think this was a pretty good alert at 9:46 for the LGVN from my watch list? Wow, right there. Lots of time to get in it. Of course, I didn't. I was too busy doing other stuff, worrying about my mouse. But wow. So let's just say, though, you wanted to take this trade, but you don't want to take it right now. If it pulled back to 7, where it looks like there's a pretty decent support area, you want to take the trade. So you pick how many shares. Let's say 400 shares. I'm going to put 7 in both of these boxes, okay? Both in the price box and the stop box, okay? Don't ask me why. All I know is that it works. And I'm going to click the buy button, and you'll see a big blue line will appear on the chart. So if LGVN comes back down to 7, it'll take the trade. Now, if I don't want to take the trade later on, I'm watching the way it's trading, and maybe I think, man, maybe this is the massive, this is not going to hold. I can always go into the order section and right click and cancel. Okay? But let's leave it in and see what happens later on. Let's see. I'm just going to answer a big paper. I want to see. I don't use this. This is more for, I don't call this more for intraday trading, but let me just see what it says. Market Explorer. Server window. 820 gaps on cross. Okay, so I don't see anything here yet, but I just loaded it. I mean, you might have to wait for. Let's do another one. The 3 long strike. Yeah, you might be right, because I thought that you'd get a lot of information at 9:30. I'll just ask a question and see if do one more. Now this, if there's nothing in here, then we know there's something wrong. Okay, yeah, there must be something wrong. Let me just do a reset though, just to make sure. Ah, gosh, this mouse is gonna drive me crazy. Let me try again then. Because there's definitely, no, okay, I guess Market Explorer is down. Okay, now. Okay, it took the trade, guys. See, it took the trade. As I was, now, at this point now, if I'm in this trade right now, I'm just going to go over stops and things like that very quickly, okay? When you get into a trade, you should have to have a price. Have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working, okay? That's how I trade anyway. So let me demonstrate and say, oh, look at Wolf. Wolf is coming down. I'm not in it anymore. Let's take the short. Okay, I'm going to demonstrate. You know, a lot of you don't want to short, but that's too bad. You know what? I'll do it on something else. Okay, I did see this one showed up in my option scanner. Okay, so let's take this. Actually, let's do the Cardiff, CRDF. Okay, I'm just demonstrating how you can do something like this, okay? So the spread is okay. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why I'm going to buy right at the market because the spread's only a penny. Okay, so it took the trade right there, $5.95. I'm going to put a stop at $5.75. And I'll explain why. So again, when you get into trading, you can't expect every trade is going to work. A lot of them may not work, okay? So for me, the way I trade, I want to have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade where I think, you know, if it's broken down to a certain price level, I should be out of the trade and just move on. Notice that a red bar shows up on my chart that says it's approximately minus $100, okay? So now, if you're thinking, okay, I kind of get the concept, but how am I going to know where I should get out of the trade? Well, again, that's where some practice is going to come in. There's no right or wrong way. I usually like to size up a chart, maybe on a 5-minute chart, where I think there's a lot of support. So if it broke down through that support level, a lot of support meaning, you know, a lot of action at that price. If it broke down through there, I want to be out of the trade. Others may take the low, the previous 5-minute candle, or the 15-minute candle, maybe to a moving average. You're just going to have to get comfortable, and that's why it's going to take a while. The other thing I should add is that you should always be looking for reasons not to take a trade. You know, unless, you know, I have a checklist. Most of the things on my checklist are already covered in the scans because that I have. For instance, I know I'm always going to be in a price range that I want. I know it's going to have a certain minimum volume. I know it's going to have a certain minimum relative volume because that's what I put in my scans, okay? But if I cannot check, if I cannot go check, 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 and say, yes, everything meets my criteria, I don't take the trade. So I'm always looking for reasons not to take the trade. But even though I can get into a trade, everything will look great. News is great, earnings are great. There's a lot of excitement. Even the best setup, sometimes they just don't work. So I always have a stop where I'm going to get out of the trade. Now, that will also share size you. How? You notice it says minus 100. I put my stop. By the way, guys, now I'm glad I left this in because I'm going to show you something. Okay, I'm glad I left this in, on the LGVN. Obviously, if I'd been in this one for real, I would have had a stop, and I would never let this, turn into a $400 loss or something. So anyway, I digress. So how did this share size me? Why did I take 500 shares? The other thing is that when you get into trading, you should have basically a consistent amount that you're going to risk per trade in terms of a dollar amount. So if you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always trying to risk about the same amount every single trade, which is about $100, okay, to demonstrate. That's why I took 500 shares. Why? Because if my entry price was $5.95, my stop is $5.75, that's 20 cents away. If I divide 20 cents into $100, you get 500 shares. So when I trade, I'm not taking the same number of shares every time. It's based on the difference between my entry and my stop. So, some quick math to do. Now, the other thing is that this is the absolute worst I want to do in the trade. Now, I reserve the right, if I don't like the way it's trading, I can always get out earlier. So watch what I'll do. These are hotkeys. I can flatten the trade. That gets me out of the trade. Okay, so I'm out of the trade. $27 loss. Okay, now why I'm glad this happened, I want to show you something. You see with the LGVN, okay, I should just go over this one more time. The flatten gets you out of a trade, half gets you out of half the trade, or you could double your trade, okay, double your position. These are just hotkeys. Of course, you could pick how many shares. You could pick how many shares just by clicking on the sell button and picking how many shares you want to get out at a price. Why I'm kind of glad this happened, though, is that when you see the LGVN, at one point when I was in the trade, I was up $100. Now I'm down 480. Okay, you obviously should never let that happen. Okay, this is a good gauge to see how good are you managing the trade. Okay, so hopefully, imagine that you were up $500 and now you're down 480. Okay, so this is a decent gauge to show you how well are you managing your trades. In this one case, I was up $12, no big deal. Got out for a $27 loss in the simulator. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to get rid of these. Trouble with this mouse, guys. Okay, but I wanted to demonstrate that so that you can get an idea about how you can use that max P&L and your today's profit, and also, well, I'll take another trade, and I'll show you what this distance from the exit price is all about. That's a good point, Becca. You are right. I very. Just give me a moment. All right, back. Let's see if that helped. Now, okay, so EGLX just showed up again, or showed up in my option scanner. Let's take the trade, okay? And we'll do, again, 500 shares. And buy it at the market. It's only a 2-cent spread, so that's not a big deal. So I entered at 440. I'm going to put the stop at 4 again for all the reasons. Not because that's where the stop should be. And again, I'm just demonstrating the mechanics of how to do this, okay? See, there's the minus 97.50. It's always approximate. I don't know why it doesn't go to right to 100, but anyway, it's his rounding error, you know. And that's actually not the worst. I mean, if I were truly in this, I mean, that looks like pretty good support, right around 414 or so. So, you know, I put it at 420 just to make the math easy. Okay, so now let's see what happens. Okay, and why I want to focus on the distance from the exit price. When I get out of this trade, this is a interesting to keep an eye on also. Okay, guys, give me a moment. What time is it? Ooh, what happened there? What happened to my little, something happened down here. Okay, I'm not going to worry about it yet. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, well, that was a heck of an alert at 9:30 for the VOSO, at 12:45. So what you're seeing here, the DR stands for don't repeat. Okay, don't repeat. So what this means is you'll notice that VOSO is repeating in this scan right here. This is just telling you the first time we had the alert, the time, and the price. And then you can kind of take a look and say, okay, what did it do from there? Obviously, VOSO, pretty awesome, 1245. Again, remember now, guys, these are not strategies. These are ideas, okay? Big difference. So why I'm saying that is that when you get the alert, it doesn't mean, oh, this has been back tested and this must be a strategy. No, 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 no. You click, I like the ideas, but then I'll click on it and I'll check the charts to see what's happening, maybe the pattern it's coming from, kind of size up things as quickly as I can to determine if I want to take the trade or not. I mean, here's another one, obviously, the LGVN. 432. What did it get up to? 840. So I mean, now I have to admit, I've been focusing way more on the daily breakdowns than the breakouts. Oh, I see what happened. I see what happened. So what the heck? How do we get this down here? This must be a... Okay. Okay, guys, I know there's got to be a way I can move this thing down like it's supposed to be down here. I must have clicked on something to move it to the top. Test you button. Okay, give me a moment. Why is Macy's up? Earnings play today. So that's one reason. No, earnings. Obviously, the reaction to earnings is great. Yeah, this one, you know what? I mean, this one takes out 7 again. This area right up here, the LGVN, this could have another run in it. I'm going to put an alert. Again, I'm not telling you guys to do the same thing, but you can kind of see that there's a couple of highs right there in the 2-minute chart, right there. And it takes that 7 out again. I mean, it got all the way at 824, so it could have another run in it. I mean, with that float, anything can happen, as we always say. And what did it get up to? It got up to 825, and then and 840 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. So, you know, it would have a little bit of room from here if it wants to approach that high again. All right, somebody's got to help me on this. I know there's an option that's, I can obviously put this taskbar down here. I must have accidentally moved it up here. There's got to be a way to say at the top of your screen, top of your monitor, or the bottom. So somebody's going to help me. All right, so there's the EGLX. My taskbar is up here instead of down here, like it was. I must have clicked on it and accidentally said move it to the top of my monitor instead of the bottom. And there's got to be a way to say move it to the bottom as opposed to the top. Yeah, I do see that. I know I'm here. I didn't see. I didn't see where it would say put it to the bottom or put it at the top or to the side or. Sorry guys, I'm just. Oops. Oh, I do? Why would I have it set to custom? Sorry guys, I don't want to hijack the room on this. Oh, I see. Custom. I see. Ah. There you go. Thank you guys. Thank you. I must have accidentally clicked on that. Thank you very much. There we go. And give me a moment. My headset is just about to die. I may have to switch. Okay, I'm back. So, guys, very quiet day for me. Just that one, well, pre-market scalp on the SEV, but the only the one, the woof, and didn't amount to very much. Now, listen, as a watch list, this could be still pretty interesting, or a stock to watch. I know it came from the AI, but look what it's doing. Kind of basing. If it ever gets some more volume, it could easily have another little pop in it. I mean, when you look left on that weekly chart, the next high is 53. Whoops, no, I'm wrong. It's 61.42. So I mean, it's got a little bit more room to run until it hits the high of that week. Okay, from 59.23. I'm not saying it's going to do that, but it still has a little bit of room. You know what had a tremendous bounce? And I mean tremendous. I don't know anybody took advantage of it. I was upset with myself for not getting into the short early. Look at this rate from about 49 down to 41. Look at the bounce, a $10 bounce for PTLO. This is an earnings play. So I don't know, huge reaction, overreaction to the earnings release. I don't know. Still no data to display for us, at least in Canada, for the headlines. Boy, VOSO. So it had a pullback all the way down to 439 and then right back up, VOSO. And of course you had your choice between that or the warrants. Wow, look at VOSO, man, oh man. So I guess this must be new news today. I guess it hadn't not been disclosed who they were going to merge with before. That doesn't make sense to me though, because it says I'm just trying to see. Okay, yeah. So that is starting to make a lot more sense to me now. So I mean, that was actually announced back in May. Yeah, GM back Wejo is in SPAC merger talks. Okay, so that was way back in May, and maybe even earlier. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. So they did this last year. Okay, so now what's happened is the shareholders have approved the merger. See, that can be the problem, guys. Sometimes you'll get an announcement that, yeah, this is who we want to merge with, and you think, great, you get into the trade, and then nothing happens for months, or worse, they say, you know what, we're not doing it now. So this was the official announcement that the shareholders have approved it. And with GM backed WEJO. So that is what it's going to trade at once it's done. That'll be the symbol, WEJO. So what I'll do, WEJO, I am going to create a price alert for it, put it at 1, and when it starts trading as WEJO, I'll know about it. Now, I don't know when that's going to happen. So I mean, I don't think this is EV, but I mean, it's vehicles. So okay, man, oh man, oh man. I mean, what a break out of here. So two massive runners, VOSO and the other one, the LGVN today. And here goes EGLX, not too bad. You know, from my scanner, options scanner, 441 was the alert. Yeah, and I mean, it's got a fairly low float too, 20 million in the float for VOSO. Okay, just a minute. Somebody's hungry. Yeah, the mic picks up everything. And there's your Rito, Zach. And look at the volume. Look at the volume that's come in. Brickstone. Okay, what do you really do? Construction materials. So certainly a China company. Certainly nothing. Nothing that people are really looking at. But I mean, whatever's happening is. I mean, look at the move over 2 days. 3 days ago, this was $1.78. Now we're at 324. And look at the market. We had that big down. We had the big hour straight down, and now we're almost an hour straight up. Okay, what sort of, let's see, next high is 366. So the next high in the monthly chart is 366. That's probably the same here. So this still has some room. And I'm talking about the Rito, R-E-T-O, probably a low float. Yeah, 15 million in the float. Okay, now I'm going to flatten out of this trade, okay? I just want to show you, you flatten out of the trade, but now we're going to pay attention to the distance from the exit price. This will tell you, okay, how good was my exit? When I get out of a trade, and if I went long on the trade, what I want to see is a nice big negative number here. That would tell me that, okay, I got out, and look where it is now. It's way below where I got out, which is, of course, what you want to see. What you don't want to see is a big positive number. Wow. Voso, Voso, Voso. I mean, this, I don't know where this is going. I mean, it's the fear of missing out on this one. I mean, yeah, you know, I have to stop myself. And this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So at any point in the day where I might think that, okay, you're way too extended. I cannot take advantage of it. Does not trade options, so it would not show up on my options scanner. Yeah, I still have my alert set up here for LGVN, right around that 720 mark. Want to see if it takes that out. And yeah, I mean, listen, anything can happen. I always say that every single day, but anything can happen. You know, if all of a sudden you get a big volume pushing it through, you know, it needs some volume. I mean, look, it's traded 129 million shares with a 2.68 million float. That's traded the float, 48 times. I mean, it's a massive float turnover. Just a moment, please. All right, guys, there's the LVGN. Boom. Mouse, don't fail me now. Would it be a double top or not? Let's see. What time frame? Somebody asked me a question. I don't know if it's a double top or not. I mean, it's just sort of resting below the highs of the day. It's an earnings play. Somebody asked me about BJ's Wholesale Club. Is it a double top? I mean, it's just resting below the high of the day. It's an earnings play, so it should be active all day. Obviously had a great reaction to earnings. I mean, the high of the day is what, 60, almost 70? I mean, it's, you know, I mean, for a stock, it's almost still at the high of the day. So I don't know if I call this a double top or, but obviously if it takes out 70, you could still have a little run in it. It's an all-time high. Didn't see this one in the pre-market. Why? It didn't really do anything in the pre-market. Well, I guess at the end it did. All right, let me see if I can find some information on the float from Interactive Brokers. Oh, everything is down for me. Ah, all that stuff is all down for me. Okay. Well, thank goodness the platform is still fine. It's just some of the ancillary stuff that is not working. Wow, guys. I can't tell you to take the trade, okay? All I could say is that I'm very interested if it gets to the 725 mark right there. I can't tell you to take the trade. Wow. That's what I kept saying. Mouse, don't fail me now. Oh, man. All right, I've taken some out, guys. I mean, this is just made a new high. Whew. It was hesitating just about this area, right? Not right there, right around that 740 mark, just a bit, and then kaboom. Well, that turned for me a very kind of boring day into the excitement level went way high again. Whew. Yeah, I mean, you're asking again about the BG. I mean, it's over. It's to me, regardless of what you call it, a double top or whatever. I mean, if you're looking to go long, it has. You know, for me, it would have to. Well, it's at 70 now. I'm not taking this trade, but somebody's asking me, is this a double top? I mean, it was a pullback, and now it's you know, making a new high. Where are you going to go? Well, I should know this. LGVN. I talked about this just that monthly chart. There's 840. Okay, so what did it get to? It got to 840. Literally, it got to 840. Okay, amazing, isn't it? 840. There's the high. There's the high. 1, 2, 3, 4 months ago. What was it? 840. If it can, and what's the high? 825, high 89. If somehow it races through 840, then the next high looking left is 937. I mean, but you know, this comes into the category of like, how much more do we want? But if it takes out 840, I mean, that's all traders are looking at, in my opinion, anyway. I mean, there's a highway back here at 1248, 937. Well, look at this, guys. Screamed higher, right up to 9. Oh. I think I know what my stock of the day is going to be. Now, how you trade it, guys, I mean, where you're going to take profit and all that is, you know, up to you. Now, remember, I had this one here. I got out with the big loss in the simulator. It would be a huge gain now. Obviously, I'm just watching this one, guys. I don't want to see it utterly collapse on me. Yeah, I'm out more now, and I mean, it's hard for me to believe it is going to have another thrust up, but hey. Man. So I don't have very much left. I don't have very much left. In fact, I'm out now. I'm completely out of it now. Just trying to break down through 8. I'm completely out of it now. Now, believe it or not, later on in the day, if it takes out that high on some volume, I could get back in. Because again, it still has some room. 937. So I will stick an alert up here. Later on in the day, it could happen. This could turn into the record. I can't remember what the record is for the float turnover since I've been following this. Right now we're at 54. 54. Divide 2.68 into 144 million, 2.68 million shares into 144 million, and you get about 54 times the float it's turned over. I do recall we had one maybe last week or the week before at around 68 or 70. It seems to me, I mean, we're only at 11:30. Lots of time left. Yeah, I would only have to trade another 40 million or so to get to about 70 million or 70 a ratio. Yeah, not really. I mean, there's the 15-minute chart, okay? I mean, it's actually increasing. We had all that volume, a little minor decrease, but now, we've got an increase in the volume, and this still has 5 minutes to close, 5.5 minutes to close that candle right there. I would never yell at you, John. Only yell at you for telling me to never sell LCID, Lucid. That's the only time I'm going to yell at you. Good one, yeah? Barry, don't sell. 2 days ago. Barry, don't sell. Or 3 days ago. And I'm just pulling your leg, of course. So you are sweeting it because you're short this, not available for me. I'm actually looking. I'm gonna stick an alert. If it ever comes back up here again. Oh, man, my Bluetooth kind of yikes. Oh, before it hit you mean before it ran up to 60 odd? Eee. And that is not true. Zach is not wrong 99% of the times. I'd put his, it's more like 95% of the time. And I kid Zach, of course. Wow, 11:42. So I'll be taking my break in about 15 minutes. I'm going to put the YouTube room link in here. You guys want to head over there. When I take my break at noon, you can head over to the YouTube room. Jamie will be there between 12 and 1. And before I do leave, I just want to draw your attention to the fact that our Black Friday sale is on right now. Okay, so if you go to my home page, okay. Okay, so if you go to my home page, there's my link. Of course, if you're in the main trading room, the tab is up here, Barry's home page, so that link is always here. So you click on the link, and this is what you'll see. There it is, Black 25, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Again, as I always say, if you don't know this program, your best thing you could do is to take out a monthly, say on a monthly standard, 118, less than 25%. And if you do decide within 30 days that you really like it and you want to upgrade to the annual, we will honor the 25% discount. Same with the premium, of course. But don't start off with an annual. If you don't know this program, don't commit, what is it? Be about $1,700 for premium. This would be about $800 to standard with the 25% discount, okay? There's no harm in starting off with a monthly. And if you don't like it, then you don't subscribe afterwards. You just stop the subscription. But if you do like it, we'll honor the 25%. And as always, save my link. Save my link because all this information here, not so much this, trade of the week and the stock of the day, but this here, all the education that we have and my scans right here. So you don't have to be in the trading room, to take a look at this. You can save my link and then you can look at all this whenever you want. Yeah, it's as the founders say. There's a comment in our YouTube room. We really appreciate the programming work you guys keep doing on the platform. Yeah, there's no finish line. It's constantly doing things. I do have an alert for it. Yeah, right at that high here. Hopefully, if it's going to happen, it'll happen before my break. And you might say, well, why would you take a break? Why would you wait to see if it happens? Like the heck with your break. My breaks are very important to me. Without it, I don't have sanity. So there's always stuff happening, always stuff happening. So I'm not too concerned that, okay, if I miss it, that's it for the rest of the year. Yeah, and it's an exercise break too. I mean, it's not just go back to bed break. It's an exercise break. All right. Well, see, didn't let's see. Maybe I'll put my alert up here. 866. All right, the Voso. I don't know where it's going, but it looks like it is trying to base a little bit here. It may be getting, I don't know, Zach, if you're still in this short, it may be getting ready for another move. Here's the pullback right there, trying to base. You get some volume coming in. If you get some volume coming in, you get this running again. You did? Okay. I didn't see this one. Boy, this is a nice one from the AI guys. Not an earnings play. November 16th post-market, so had earnings a couple of days ago. Reaction was not good at all. Okay, obviously it got thumped, but it's having a bit of a comeback day. There was the alert at 35.17 and 37.49 right now. That's a 6.6 move. There's the Voso guys. Did not take it. Again, I probably would have taken it if I paid just a little more attention to it instead of talking about the DLO. What's the high here? 1750. Okay, so I see this Dr. NA is showing up in the momentum scanner, but remember this is it's interesting. Well, it looks, it's a buyout, okay? I cannot see what the takeover price was supposed to be. But it's, a little bit of a pop from 38. Yeah, it's nothing. It looks more dramatic than it really is. All right, so Voso's hanging in here, guys. This could get, again, one of these ones that later on. So just to have a confirmation that it is Jamie today in our YouTube room. All right, guys, Voso. Let's see if it holds this. Give me something to do just before my break. Who's your broker, Riv? No, there's no shares available at Interactive Brokers to short. Come on, one more pop, one more pop, one more pop. CME, okay. Yeah, well, for shorts, yeah, for sure. All right, guys, I'm out of everything. I got out. I very minor gain in the VOSO. I was hoping it would really pop, maybe get close to the 17, but you know I'm not going to hang around. Yeah, the fees. Yeah, you got to hope for big gains, I guess, if you're going to pay those fees on the shorts for CME. You know, this DLO, I mean, it's got room still. I mean, obviously the high yesterday was around 40. I don't, but you know, I always say it like this: for all the reasons why it got thumped yesterday on earnings, they're still in it. They're still in force. But you know, their bottom fishers are picking this up right now. You know, it's up 7%. But remember, you know, the day before yesterday, it was at 47, and it got all the way down to 34. That's a big drop. Yeah, I wish this. I don't know. I mean, this is just. I wish I could see what the. Anybody know what the? I mean, it must be around 37, right, or 38. The buyout for Dr. Na. What if we have it here? 38.25 a share. Okay. Ah, now you do it. Miserable. No, I didn't now. Oh, son of a gun! Look at that pop. Wow. Yeah, I may have kept the peace if I weren't going to be taking my break, but it's pretty whippy. Wouldn't surprise me. It just would not surprise me. I'm sticking an alert at that high of the day. Later on, if it takes that out at some point, I would not surprise me if it just kept going. You know, obviously it's a lifetime high now, and then to see what it does after hours, kind of like the SEV, which is now. Yeah, I mean it's down 16%, but remember, this was at 19 when it started yesterday, or 20. It's an IPO from yesterday. So I mean it's still up 50% from from where it started. The IPO is actually at 15, I believe, 14 or 15. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up in our YouTube room, and then I'll be taking my break. I'm going to get my announcement up. Look at the volume, guys, for the VSO. Take a look at it on the 15-minute chart. We have another, what, 2 minutes? 2 minutes or so. But look at the volume. See how I mean, there was the huge volume right there. And there's that down volume right there when the volume decreased. Now it's picking up again. Jamie, you might be starting. Are you in, Jamie? Oops. Okay, I see you there, Jamie. All right, I'll stop my stream, Jamie. Have a good time for your 1 hour. I'll stop my stream, Jamie. Have a good time for your 1 hour.
Okie dokie, I do believe I've got the helm. Welcome everyone to the live support session. Decent little crowd in here, so if someone could use the chat panel, just let me know that you can see and hear okay. Be much appreciated. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. I don't think I'm muted. Hello, hello, Circle. Okay, thank you. Obviously, you guys can see and hear. All right, perfect. All right, so I saw Barry. What was he? He was talking about VOSO. Nice little mover today. Here's what I've been paying attention to as of late. It seems to be an added little boost. Is watching that pre-market activity, as we can see in VOSO today. Setting up a real nice little tight range there, and then boom, as soon as that level is broken, in that first candle of the day, pretty low risk entry for some really exciting moves. Even a nice little regular session breakout would have been a nice place to add to that position had we taken a little bit right here. Thank you, Treacle. Hello, William. All right, so Vaso was one of the big movers today. We've got a couple of more of these setting up the same way. LGVN. Notice this pre-market activity. I tell you what, I forgot to get my Epic pen. Let me grab it real quick here. There we go. All right, so this little area right here, this pre-market area, you know, this is breaking out a little bit before the session, but then boom, right here, as the regular session begins, first candle of the open, right here, a great entry point as well, with relatively low risk, looking at the prior 15-minute price action there, the pre-market. Let's see here. And we've got some of these to the downside as well. It's the same pattern, just going the opposite way. Check out the pre-market action in T-Doc. Really smooth. The benefit with these is you can take a stab in the pre-market if that range is tight and you feel comfortable, you know, using the high of that pre-market range as an exit if it tends to go the other way. This one threw a little bit of an elbow after the first 15 minutes or so, but then coming back down pretty much gives up the ghost for a nice move to the downside. Right, perfect. Well, you can see here, you know, these are the horizontal lines that we can draw, and of course we can draw trend lines and whatnot. But lines with a little give, I'm not really too sure what you mean by that. All right, Pam, I see your question there. Do jam buy on the pullback? Yeah, Pam, there's ways to do that on the intraday. I think you're talking about the one that Steve handed out the other day. It really just depends on some certain characteristics of the play, you know. What time frame on the intraday, you know, what type of a pullback? Do you care about dollars, percentage values? Do you want it pulling back to a certain moving average? Things of that nature. So let me grab that window that you're referencing there real quick here. I think I know where to grab it from. Okay, so this is the one that you're talking about. And we're using the 10-day SMA, right? Now on the intraday, the 10 period is also very handy. Case in point, check out the TDOC chart right here, the 5-minute intraday. Typically we associate this with a 15-minute candle. All right. Now the green line that you see right here is the 10 period, right? If you notice my little color scheme up here, that's the 10 period, the green one, right? So this is very handy. Same type of thing applies on the intraday. Now, when a stock is weak, check out the gap between the 10 period. If TDOC does get some buying come into it, and it gets up to this 10 period, that'll kind of be the line in the sand as to whether it's going to rebound. If a 15-minute candle later in the day closes above here, we might get a little bit of a lift. All right. If we look at one of the upside movers today, Maso, notice how that 10 period is acting as the guiding hand, and it's been strong and levitating well above it for most of the day. But if some sellers do come into Vaso, this would be the area to pay attention to. And I think LGVN, yeah, never really got that close. LGVN taking off like a rocket. We did have a pullback, but look, it didn't even really come and touch the 10 period. But if the selling would have, gotten a little stronger, this definitely would have been the thing to pay attention to. So the 10 period, I mean, just to, not to oversimplify it, but just having the 10 period SMA on your intraday charts can just give you a good look at what is happening there. Now, that's not to say that you couldn't develop an alert for that or have a top list showing proximity to the 10 period SMA. Let me try something real quick here. Where is it? Okay, so we got the 10 period change from 10 period SMA, right? In the intraday time frames here, 2, 5, and 15. I'll just use the 15-minute for this example. So what we're going to do, let me just check out the other filters that he's using there. Make sure there are no conflicts, time of day, high composite rating. The change in 20 days has to be at least 10%. So this one might come into play here. It might not. Yeah, we still don't have the... okay, that's a pretty tight range there. No more than 0.1% below it, no more than 0.05% above it. So we're just going to transcribe those same settings into the intraday and see what happens. And we'll just leave this in here for now, that change in 20 days. And we'll take a peek here. Okay, so notice what happened here. And this is a pretty good example that I just pulled up because that was the last symbol reported here on rhombus. Obviously, the colored area is the pre-market. But notice what happened. It was having a little battle with the 10 period here. Wicking above, wicking below. Got this little green candle in the middle. And then this guy closed below. Okay, so let's see where that price came. Was that right at 25? So that was a little low. All right. And then we're slowly grinding back up, and it's reclaimed the 10 period. So let's take a look at the history here and see if we got some more. So it definitely jammed down through the 10 period there. Yeah, 10 period in control on this one. All right. Now, typically it's a jam down to buy. Of course, it was originally designed for the daily, looking for more stuff like what you see going on up here. So this one's probably going to take a little bit of tweaking here. Tell you what we're going to do is just get rid of the change in 20 days. And maybe, let's see, no more than, let's see what that does. We're still going to have rhombus. I don't think that's going to make a huge difference. So these are jamming down, but they're not necessarily popping back up. So I tell you what, let's do a top list. And what we're going to do here, just show it as a column. And we'll just add a very thin filter set here just for volume. Volume today, we'll say a couple 100,000 shares. I must be pointed to a list. Hold on a second. Should be a lot more than that. There we go. Okay, so let's just take a gander here. And let's sort for the zero values. Yep, too thin. Too thin, but you see what's going on here. See how that's hovering right at the 10 period? But we're definitely going to have to do something here because a lot of thin ones coming through here. So we'll have to go average daily volume over the past 5 days needs to at least be 400, 500. We'll pick 400K for now. Okay, so starting to kind of take shape now. META, which is kind of funny because this stock's been going up significantly since Facebook announced their Meta product, and I think it's just getting a lot of sympathy from that. Doesn't make any sense, but seeing it happen time and time again. So now we can see coming right down to the 10 period right here and wicking through it. So that could be considered a little jam down. That's definitely something that you want to see or it's a beneficial thing to see if you're thinking about getting long, because the wick indicates sellers took control, couldn't maintain control, buyers took control. And if this candle, say in the next 3 minutes, closes above that 10 period, well, then that could be a good indicator. We might go revisit these highs and maybe even go higher as the day progresses. Now, we could add additional criteria, as far as, okay, in addition to this, we would have liked to have seen a bigger move, and we could put change in 15 minutes. But this is just a really nice and simple way to immediately see the stocks that are right there at the 10 period. Obviously, the zero values. See, now this one's kind of the opposite. It's jammed down. We got this big topping wick. That is not necessarily a bullish sign, but we still have close proximity to the 10-period moving average. So in my humble opinion, this is a better way to get eyes on things that are right there at that area of interest, in this case the 10-period on the intraday, and then let the chart size it up for us instead of trying to get overcomplicated with an alert form of what we're trying to find here. Always the simplest route, if possible, is the best way to find these types of things. So Iris, what we're talking about here is just a stock right at the 10-period SMA on the intraday on the 15-minute candle. So this is also helpful for showing us what settings might be useful if we wanted to, say, get rid of all these and not have to worry about the sort, or we could just sort and go to our areas of interest. This one obviously is going to be a little bit above, right? YCBD, 0.3% above, and you can see the 10-period right there. Hey Pete, how you doing? Yeah, Pete, I see your question about the heartbeat. So before I cruise to the next topic, what I'll do for you, Pam, here is I'm going to drop this top list into the chat panel. And keep in mind, I think I've got very limited results here on, I'm only showing 35 stocks in this one. So if we bump it up to 100, and keep in mind, a top list will show you up to 1,000 stocks. So increasing it to 200, 300, going to show you more candidates. Now we've got a lot more to look at. They're going to be in this sweet zone, anywhere from minus 0.2 to 0.2. You're going to have quite a few more stocks here to size up. Some are going to look good. Some are going to be flatlining. Some are going to be too thin to trade. But that's better than over filtering. And then you can use this as a little template and play around with it. You can also transfer these settings, these filter settings, which are nice and thin, into an alert window, and maybe try some other alerts like running up, running down to that point on the SMA there, on the 10-period. But this will be a nice little template for you to find those stocks. Hey, I think I don't know why it wouldn't be working. I mean, I think that's a question. I think that topic is one we visited many times before, isn't it? Let me take a look over here real quick, because unless it's grayed out, it should be working. Okay, notice I've got as soon as I go none, then trailing stop does become active here. Yeah, Iris, I'm not sure which one you're referring to. Are you talking about the one that I had right here, or are you talking about something else? All right, so I'm going to circle back around to your question, Pete, which is regarding the heartbeat in your multi-strategy window. Okay, let's just first talk about the heartbeat in general, because multi-strategy window is simply just allowing you to pack multiple alert windows into one window, kind of like what we have right here. This is a multi-strat window. If I right click, you're going to notice I've got 3 different strategies in there, but these are just alert windows. So what I'm going to do here is, if I go to configure and I say start from scratch and load settings, I haven't selected any alerts. Do I want to return? If I say no, well, then the system's automatically going to install the heartbeat. Ooh, there goes VOSO again. Thing's a monster today. And look what it's done. It's attached the heartbeat for me because I have not selected an alert. So, a little short history lesson. The alert window was the very first window that Trade Ideas came to life with. And a lot of people wanted to just use filters. They didn't necessarily want to use an alert because you can get some very powerful results from just a filter set. Main reason being is that the filter set works in all or none capacity. So let's just say we sketched out some very simple things like here, like min maximum price. Let's see. Let's say they got to do 500,000 shares a day over the past 5 days. And let's go ahead and add relative volume so we don't get too many things. Also a relative volume of, say, 4. Okay. So all I've done is sketch out a filter set. So all these things have to be met at the exact same time. And the job of the heartbeat is just to tell you when the filter set has been met. Okay. So you're asking about the minute box over here. All right. The lowest frequency by default is every 5 minutes. The heartbeat will look at every stock once every 5 minutes and let you know if the filter set has been met. So if I pushed a quality column over here, notice the message here. It's just telling me that all the filters have been satisfied. So you can increase the reporting time up from 5, but you can't get below 5 minutes. So Pete, let me know if that makes sense to you. Maybe you were talking about, let's see here. I think I know what you were talking about, Iris. Let me see if this is it. Hold on, just got to dig through some windows here real quick. You might have been referring to this. Of course, looking at the numbers, something seems to be amiss. Ah, no wonder. That's the short side. Hold on. Well, Jamie can't push the right buttons today. Hold on. There we go. And for any of you that are into doing a lot of back testing and using those scans to either manually or automate, this would be a good lesson because although we have astronomical results up here, all right, and we look at the daily and it looks pretty good, and we've got, huge winning days and consecutive days, not a bad looking scan at first glance. The only problem is getting your fills, right? Too many things coming through here to manually hop into everything, and then you think to yourself, well, maybe automation could be the ticket. Only problem is this is a short strategy, okay? Now, in the broker-dealer world, it would be nice if every short that we threw out, we could execute on. But of course, you probably are aware of the fact that some stocks are not borrowable, okay? And a lot of these stocks coming through here are the smaller caps, things under $1 billion. So the problem when you see a really good scan like this is not being able to get filled on all the trades, right? And if you can't get filled on all the trades, well, then the statistics kind of fall out of bed, because that is the nature of a statistical model. Iris, if this was the one, this probably is the thing that you were referencing here. Only problem is the stocks are too spready, and a lot of them are not shortable. Okay, so I've got it on the back burner. I will attempt to put some more time into it, but that's the status as of now. Looks really great on the back test, but of course there are things that come into play in real world trading versus a back test. I mean, it would be great if we could automatically mimic back test results in the real world. That would be super fantastic. Unfortunately, there are other factors that come into play, like hard to borrow, did you get the fill, so forth and so on. So that's my little bit about that. Hey Sam, how you doing? That would be correct. Correct, Iris. I have attempted to run it, and it's interesting because a thinly traded stock that has a market cap below $1 billion, you would think, well, why are some available and some not available, right? But in the end, it was about 50% of the signals. Boom, I just would immediately get the nope, can't send the order because it's not borrowable. Okay, question on the top list window. How do I scan only above the 8 SME? I'm assuming you mean 8-period SMA, correct? Well, let's take a peek here. Okay, so I've got the 10-period up here right now. Now, I want to say, I do not think we got the 8-day, and we do have the 8-period. Okay, perfect. So, now, what time frame were you referencing there, Sam? Intraday or daily? I mean, we can always throw both of them up there. Okay, so 5 minute. Doody-doo. We'll just add that. We'll show the column. And, close proximity to, you want it right at the 8-period. Or, we could make something that says, okay, not more than 0.5% below, not more than 0.5% up top. So it could be anywhere in between there. Yeah, because let me just grab this, the one that I just did for the 10-period, right? Let me just get that one back up here. Okay, so here you can see all I didn't mandate any mins or maxes. I believe Pam was asking about that one. So we can just do the same thing for this one. And instead of the 10, we'll do the 8. And you said 5 minutes. So we add the filter. And you said no more than 0.5% below, correct? Okay. So notice we would put, let's see, no more than 0.5% below, and then you said no more than 3% above. Okay, that's what we have right here with a value of negative 0.5 in the min, max of 0.3, no more than 3% above, no more than 0.5% below, or it could be anywhere in between there. And we'll also we'll make that change, and then we'll show that column instead of the 10. Okay, so we did mandate the mins and maxes. Obviously, you're not going to see a value above 3 in the column, and if we sort it the other way, you won't see a value of more than negative 5 over here. And this is currently set up to show 100 symbols. You can always, increase that if you need more. Okay, so this should do it for you. And then we'll just set it up to, we can sort from largest to smallest. We can just set up that sort tab, 8-period SMA, biggest on top. Okay, well, I can't leave that color situation for you, so let me do a little color here based on that filter. We'll just get rid of all those, and then we will do it by this guy. Nope, change 8-period. Can't see there. All right, we'll colorize by that guy, and then we can just do, I think increments of 0.5 would get it done. And 2.5, pick that guy, boom. Okay, now we've got a nice gradient based around the values that you see right here. Okay. All polished up. And here's the cloud link for that. Sam? Yeah, and who knows, we've been planning on adding EMA filters, but I'll tell you guys what the coders always tell me. It'll be ready when it's ready. Just don't know when that time could be. Yeah, the colorization, is probably one of the harder things to get a grip on. But once you figure it out, it's pretty easy, especially since we have the predefined schemes here. Let's look at the IWM. Recently busted out to highs. Everybody's been waiting. Looks like it's just gonna come down here, and everybody's got to take their pullbacks. IWM is no exception. And encouraging thus far with the wick and the bounce off the bottom here on the intraday. Came down here and tested the 20-period, blew right through the 10. Came down here, 20-period catch. So assuming we close at these levels or slightly higher, get that candle body above that 20-period. Could be setting up for a nice little bouncy bounce there. I hope we're not going back into the channel. I hope we've defined a new range or channel, based on what we see right here. Now, sideways action moving forward as we chop around here, build a little bit of steam, and maybe go attack these highs again. And of course, we're going to have a little bit of cooperation from the overall market as well. Man, this VOSO, so pretty. pre-market range. Just a low risk trade for a big mover there. Plenty of these to the downside as well. Check out this Robinhood today. Nice pre-market action. Lower that candle. What do we got? 32.89. The open here was 32.93. So right there, you know, what I really like about these pre-market tight consolidations is it easily defines your risk, right? A lot of people get spooky. You know, they're like, well, I can't just jump right in on the open. I've heard about all the horror stories and, you know, things can go horribly wrong. Well, not if you have a predefined plan, right? Hood opens up here, put on that short, you know your risk is right up here at 33.11. All right, this candle opened at 32.93, and outside of that range is just right outside of 33. There are ways to make low risk entries on the open, and the pre-market range is a good way to size up risk if you feel like taking a stab at something on the open. Well, yeah, circle. I mean, with horizontal lines, you can create channels, or with the trend lines, you know, going back to the IWM. I mean, really, it's just, you know, however you want to construct those with your trend lines or your horizontal lines, right? We don't have any accumulation distribution filters, Iris, if that's what you're referring to. All right, Pete, reading your question here. Can you let me know who does what days and what their expertise is? Let's see. I think Andy has Fridays. I can't remember if Sean does Mondays. I know Steve does Wednesdays. I forget who the Tuesday person is. But just about everybody, other than myself, is mainly going to be swing trading type experts. I'm probably the lowest man on the totem pole when it comes to swing trading. I get more enjoyment out of the intraday. Yeah, I get you perfect. It's just expectations, you know. When you have your lines drawn, whether they're channels or support and resistance, yeah, it does comfort one. And Michael is Tuesday. Thank you, Aya. But when it comes to functionality of the product, it's all of us, right? Another good mover today based on that pre-market action, right? JWEL, also a stock that I traded yesterday, as this pre-market level right here. A little bit spottier yesterday, but the trade worked beautifully, right? Nice increase. Could have even taken a little bit of this home, still been in the money, and then it sets up nicely again on the pre-market. If you're talking about options, that would be Sean. Sean is our in-house options dude. He does a lot of option activity. So, and as I said earlier, if my memory serves me correctly, Sean is Mondays. All right, just notice in my high volume scanner here, the RBLX. Boy, this thing's been on fire as of late. Finally taking its little pullback today. and not quite as pretty, but notice, once again, the pre-market action. Okay. Nice little run, capitulates, comes down here, burns a lot of energy getting down here from almost 139 to, man, 12 points. But look what happens. Consolidates for a little bit, for about an hour. Once, it wicks through here, takes a little breather, and then heads lower. Okay? Just all based on that pre-market range being broken. AI was another good. Nice tight pre-market range here. And we opened right at the top of that candle at 46. So once again, 46 on a short on the open, risking, you could even take it up to 51, which is outside of the range there. But taking that small of a risk to capture something like this based on the breakdown of the pre-market range, I like that a lot. Yeah, Robert, I'm a simpleton when it comes to day trading, all right, or intraday trading. Opening range breaks in the regular session, or exactly what I'm showing you right here on this chart for AI, okay? It's all based around risk, right? So whether it's pre-market or the regular session, it's pretty much the same song and dance. So I'm just going to scroll through some of these symbols here at random for a good example. I was a little distracted on the open this morning, so I missed a lot of good trades, but that happens from time to time. Okay, here's a simple example here. And we've got alerts for this type of stuff, opening range breaks, because this is pre-market, this is the first candle of the day. And we can see right here, if I mark off opening high here, mark off the opening low, then we're range bound, then we make a run up to here. Now this level here is officially an opening range break. Here was the range for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. About an hour and a half, it was range bound. Put in the high in the first 30 minutes and the low right about the hour mark. Then we get a big green candle with some volume coming in, which is always a good sign too. So picking this thing off right about here, anywhere in the bottom half of that candle would have been a great entry for a simple range break. Okay, the pattern is very simple, and to assess our risk, not including the entry candle, which is here, all I do is look at the prior 15-minute low. Okay, so risk right here down to this level. Of course, it never even threw a wiggle, and we've got a nice reward area which is bigger than the risk area. So we could probably fit the risk into the reward area a little over 2 times, and that's what we want on any trade. Making 1R or 1 risk. If we risk $100 and we make 100, yeah, that's great. But we typically want to, have returns greater than 1R. The AI is a great example of what we have going on here on the blotter for the day. Posting some nice gains in all 3 risk modes: conservative, moderate, and aggressive. And these values are all based around risking $100 per trade. So on the DLO trade, risk 100, currently up 236, a little over 2R on the risk factor there. And the same pattern, Robert, applies to the downside, right? Now this one, and these things come in all shapes and sizes, right? So a lot of energy expenditure, but putting in a low down here takes a little breather, slowly comes back down here and cracks that range. Okay, so seller was clearly in control, but if there's a big institutional seller, they can't just keep pounding the bid, right? Have too much market impact. So this is just a typical reaction. We get a little bounce, seller comes back in, takes control. We get a nice little smooth ride down to that low right there. And as soon as that level is broken, boom, we got low risk. If this is our prior 15-minute candle right here, we got a nice smooth transition. We get a break of the low. Risk is right here. And depending on, how much room might be available on the ARVL chart, which is the other factor, right? Just because it sets up nicely on the intraday doesn't necessarily mean it's got a lot of room, all right? What's my profit potential? How much, if this thing does what I think it's going to do, how much room do we have here? And check out what it's butting up to down here all the way back from August. An area that could act as potential support, right? Now, if it busts through that level and keeps going, well, we just have to keep shrinking the chart back to the left to see. But this is going to be a very key factor here, all right? If it finds its legs right here and puts in a little bounce, well, then this area could very well act as support. If it gets through, I've got my chart pretty much compressed. Let's just take a look at the weekly here to confirm. Now we're looking at weekly candles. We're seeing the same thing. So if this level doesn't hold, things could get kind of nasty for ARVL to the downside. Yeah, no problem. And these are the alert windows that I watch for this type of activity. And what we're doing here is we're using just a simple new high. Okay, new high for the upside with a certain filter set, which is primarily based around relative volume. The reason for that is I only want to see the stocks that are doing considerable volume. The reason being is that is potential energy. Okay, we've got gas in the tank. If this thing goes, well, that's a good sign. Of course, volume isn't a guarantee. But the more volume that we have in something that's exhibiting the pattern or the setup that we like, that increases the odds of it working. Just more fuel in the tank. So you can see right here, I've got a relative volume of 3, just got a maximum price on there, and then additionally, stock had to have traded at least 100,000 shares already in the regular session. And the reason being is that a stock cannot break its intraday range without hitting a high. Then it all just boils down to timing, right? So on that ALPP that we were looking at earlier, we get the alert here. That's great. Notice it's telling me it was hitting a high up here. So the key with these types of patterns is you don't want to chase, right? If you see it and it's too late, train's already left the station, what you want to do is find them just as they're breaking out. So keep in mind, on any given day, you might have to scroll through many, many symbols before you find one where the timing is just right. But I'll be happy to share these windows. Once again, this is a perfect setup right here, but in the pre-market. So I'll definitely drop these in real quick. All right, so there's the upside and the downside for those two windows. And I've got a couple new windows up over here from the Market Explorer that were just inserted. For those of you who might not know how to get there, if you just go New, and we go to Market Explorer, then you'll get these windows to pop up. These are the what are called 3-line strikes, all right, to the long side and the short side. And you can see we don't have a whole lot of alerts coming through on a daily basis. We got 2 from today. and only one on the long side. Okay, so what is it telling me right here? Well, we need to go back to daily here. Okay, so keep in mind this came out right on the session open or before. Okay, so it was identifying these 3 consecutive green daily candles. Notice that this is the short side. Well, if you would have shorted this thing on the open, pull back right to the 10 period, but some good action, right? So on the short side, it's identifying 3 consecutive green candles. On the long side, it's going to be the exact opposite. 3 consecutive red candles. Of course, the red, not a whole lot of price action, but we are experiencing a green candle today, right? So it's fading the ones on the short side that have had 3 up days and getting long the ones that have had 3 consecutive down days. HLT from yesterday, okay, interesting. All right, so the alert came here based on these 3 consecutive down days. Would have been a nice little trade to the upside on HLT. Let's look at ETD. Was yesterday too. 1, 2, 3, and some nice downside action. So very simple, very powerful stuff for the 3-line stock. Now, are my eyes playing tricks on me, or did somebody misspell something there? Let me see here. I thought I had the because I believe it's 3-line strike, but here it says fee. Hold on, guys, just checking a back channel here real quick. M on E-Trade. Okay, so once again, to access the Market Explorer, you just go New and click on Market Explorer. Now, there are other windows, and you can duplicate these windows too. And we were just looking at the 3-line strikes there. But you have access to all of these scans, and we're going to continue to add custom scans into the Market Explorer. Reason being is these are doable here, but not doable through the traditional construct of an alert window or a filter. Might need some custom stuff, and this is the environment that gives us the ability to do that. All right, little time check. Hold on, guys, just got to do a little experiment here. Let's see. $37.09. All right, we got about 8 minutes left before Barry comes on back in. So if you've been sitting on a question, now would be a good time. No problem, Robert. Pete, on YouTube, you can go back and rewind. Yeah, I don't know if you can on the live stream or not, Pete. All right, still getting more follow through on the JWEL. Of course, a strong stock, and this one pulled back perfectly to the 10, right? A little battle there. A little close above, a little close below, but then quickly reclaiming it. And into blue sky for JWEL as there is nothing to the left. Thanks for confirming that, Circle. Yes, Chris, they are similar. They're a little bit more stripped down because the original turbo brakes I was using 1 minute volume, whereas on these versions I'm only using relative volume. I find that it's just a preference. 1 minute volume used to mean a lot more many years ago when I first kind of came up with these simple tickers. More a fan of relative volume, and typically if relative volume is high, then you're going to have the smaller time frames keeping pace as well. Yeah, Pete, that might not, since I'm always on a developer's version, it might take a couple of more versions to get out to you because we're just putting them through the paces right now and making sure they're working properly. So don't worry, they will be with you soon enough. Yeah, Pamela, on the strength alerts that come out every Monday, is that what you're talking about? The 5 plays? Oh, okay. Well, you might just have, if Pamela is telling me that she can see the 3-line strike, then Pete, you might just need to upgrade. Let me see what the latest. I think we do have an active beta. Let me double check though. Yes, we do have the latest beta. It's version 5.5545. Okay, so if you're one behind, same with you, Treacletown. And Pamela, you're on the latest beta, correct? So if you're on the production version, let's see. The Market Explorer is definitely there. So give it a shot, and hopefully you'll see the 3-line strike. No problem, Sam. Yeah, so getting back to your question there, Pamela, about the strength alerts, right? See, I can easily click here and see the latest strength alerts, which come out once a week. And of course, you never know what the market's going to bring. So these are primarily designed for long plays that are strong on the chart, along with our proprietary score filter. So bringing fundamentals into that as well. That's where everybody's a little bit different. Is some people are going to wait. Make sure the market is stable. If we've just taken a little downturn, it's all about timing. But then, just like any other trade, if it sets up properly on the intraday that fits your risk parameters, then that would be a good time to enter those trades. So there's not really a magic formula when to enter them. A lot of people jump right in on Mondays. Some people wait specifically for a setup that they prefer. Maybe a pullback, maybe a breakout. Everybody's a little bit different there. I lost my chat panel. There we go. All right, and before I switched layouts there, I saw AI was continuing its descent. Never really set up so well. A lot of the times when they come down like this, they'll flatten out. This one just more of a slow decline. So not really a good choice time to hit it again. Not a bad little setup on MTCR. You probably would have had to be really fast to get it going through there. Put a little small dollar stock. Not bad on a percentage move. That little guy's up about 18% today. Nice little setup in BJ. Of course, if we play strictly by the rules, we have to include the wick. It's really a personal preference. That's a good indicator. You use candle bodies, you get the signal a little bit quicker. This is classic. This is a classic really tight opening range break right here. Get a nice little move. Get acceptable risk down to here. Yeah, the old level 2, perfect. Sometimes it's beneficial, sometimes it's not, simply because they can just pull it. Okay, Barry tells me he's back in, so I bid all of you a farewell. Thanks for sitting in. Hope everybody's having a great Thursday, and hope everybody has a fantastic weekend. And I'll see you guys next week.
All right, I see KZR just showed up in my options. Well, just 11, just as I was taking my break, 13.95. So nothing really shaking there. I mean, it got up to 14.35, but I don't consider that a major win. Ooh, man, this is one I missed. I know you're talking about the SLI. That showed up my option scanner on the way down. The alert was at 862 right here. So it based for quite a while, a little bit of a move up, and then kersplat. This is what I'm talking about, guys. There's the alert right there to short at 862. That ISUN, what a mess. What a mess. I mean, look at, there's where the low float can kill you. big excitement pre-market gets all the way up to $12. And then you're going, uh-oh, right here. Market hasn't opened yet. Market still hasn't opened yet. Market hasn't opened yet. And they just slide away. And, you know, they basically, I mean, I don't get it. I mean, they already had earnings on the 15th. And then today's the 18th. So they come out and say, and we're going to guide higher. So, like something's going on. I don't know what to say. Something's going on though. Well, guys, I'm probably just going to kind of bide my time until maybe one of those flyers comes back again. I don't know. And if not, I'm in no rush to do anything. Another exciting day. Yeah, so Shady, we don't quite talk like that, okay? It's your opinion that Vuzi. I know, you know, it's one of the meta stocks, but we don't quite talk like that in this room, okay? Personally, I wouldn't touch it until it broke out over 1380 or so. Just look at all that resistance here. Unless you're just trying to, you know, get 10 or 15 cents. All right, DPW open and to any fanfare? Yeah, actually, I mean, no, it looks better than it really was. 194 up to 216, but dropping again. Hmm. All right. Well, I have to set an alert for, let's see, Voso. I'm going to set an alert around 1874 or so. That's just the high of that last 15-minute candle in that area. See if it gets back up. This to me has more promise than the LGVN. The LVGN's, it's, you know, there's another red candle now on the 15-minute chart. So okay, guys, and I'm just taking a look at all my thumbnail scans on my other monitor. I don't see anything really, except how I cannot trade IONQ intraday. I think it's impossible. Well, nothing's impossible, but it's very difficult. And what's the market doing? Okay, so we got this little disconnect. Dow is down, Nas Inspire up. You can see that beautiful 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6, 7, 8, almost a 2 hour straight up run. After that first hour and 15 minutes straight down. But now, so it's a bit of a choppy day. Bit of a choppy day. Yeah, if it's a rough day, just pack it in. There's always another one tomorrow. Yeah, the shorts, did not. Well, the PTLO would have had I taken it right off the bat. But you know what? It bounced. I mean, it came back up. But nothing in what I call drift down all day mode. Like the DM yesterday. Yeah, see how that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was just a beautiful, beautiful run of about almost an hour and a half straight down before, finally it found a base. But IQ, I think IQ I'm thinking of too. Wait a minute, IQ. Yeah, IQ right here. Look at this. I mean, that was beautiful. But we're really, actually, we've had more earnings plays this week than I thought. Well, I know how many I thought we'd have. I know how many we'd have, but a lot of action from them. Just to give you an idea, next week we are really going to be near the end, if not right at the end. Give you an idea of how many earnings plays next week. Yeah, we have 80 companies next week. We had 300 this week. We have 80 next week. Next week it's over, guys. So no more probably earnings plays where we're catching them big negative and getting close to an all-time low. Just won't have enough. I mean, you might get the odd one maybe, but we'll be lucky if we see one. So we'll be back to probably the momentum type plays. And next week is a short week, yes. Thursday, market's closed. Yeah, we're only open half a day on Friday. I'm going to figure out if I'm actually going to open the room on Friday for the half day. Maybe we should just give ourselves a 2-day break. Now, Zach. Does the market rebound after earnings plays at all? I have no idea. I really have no idea. I mean, this quarter, of course, is the the upcoming quarter. The first quarter earnings report is really the key one, because that kind of tells what happened in this quarter. Very important to. Obviously many companies with the holiday season and all that sort of stuff, especially the retailers, that gives you a gauge about how willing are people to open up their pocketbooks to buy. Oh, that's one reason. I got my sound toggle off. Okay, I might be getting a few alerts, but I was wondering, boy, it's really quiet. Anyway, when you say a rebound after earnings, I mean, what sort of a rebound are we looking for? We haven't. There's really nothing to rebound from. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Not like the market was drifting down, down, down during earnings season. Now we expect to bounce. I mean, market's still almost at an all-time high. Wednesday's a full day. Yep, Wednesday's a full day. Thursday's off. Friday is a half day. Again, I'll probably open it. I may not talk. I may just open the room and maybe do some trading on my own if I want to. I probably, however, I think what I won't do is I won't do any pre-market work. So I'm not going to get up at 4. I'll make it up at 6. Friday at 1, yeah, Eastern time, yes. Well, I opened the room at 6. Okay, so I mean that's still okay. I personally will not get up at 4. I'm not going to do any pre-market work. That's all. I find it difficult trading a half a day. Well, because one of the things, because I don't like trading in the first 15, even 30 minutes. But that, if you're only trading half a day, you've really got to capitalize early. You can't, because things, that I normally might see setting up, 10:30, 11. I mean, that's just not going to happen. Well, it could happen, but you only have another couple of hours for it to work out. Anyway, we'll see. All right, guys, keep an eye on the VOSO. Keep an eye on the VOSO. I see it's just trying to base a little bit here. I have an alert set around 18. I know it's way above the current price, but you can kind of see now if it can take this out right here, could have a little run to that 20. But I'm not going to, certainly not going to force it. That is one of the problems with this new build. Okay, let me just move this one over a little bit. There we go. So POW was a big one yesterday. I think it was in an earnings play. It was on the 15th earnings. I think, yeah, this is what happened. Yeah, so the reaction, so it popped up and it sold right off, and the sell-off is continuing. Yeah, clear is showing, CLIR is showing up in my gap ups. $24 million in the float, so it's not low, not high. Jewel, you mentioned that one a lot earlier. I remember not very much volume or something, but yeah, good for you. The volume is not terrible. 6.3 times normal. Well, yeah, what a run it's at. Is this a SPAC? No, it's not a SPAC. It's a holding company, though. Well, it does just about everything. We've got edible fungus, we've got smartphones, we've got lotions, and it's in China, okay? Yeah, they just kind of fly under the radar, just not very much volume. Look at the daily chart. I mean, the volume obviously picked up right here. You know, that day, that got this going yesterday. And today, let's see, you know, it could challenge today's volume. I take it you're in this one. It's a great run though, over a double, 2.5 times almost in about a week. What do they? And of course, all-time high. Whatever happened to our IC? $100? I'm sure. I'm just kidding. No. That's the one that really confounded us, or me anyway. All right, guys. So clear just showed up on my option scanner. CLIR. What sort of room does it have? On the monthly chart, 318. On the weekly chart, 325. Is that right? It's got room. So it's got some room. Is that right? 259, sorry. So 250 is the next high looking left, then 259. If it can get through 250, guys, hey, it's got a shot. I mean, then you've got 325. You've got a lot of volume coming in this week. Well, it's today. All that volume, 4.8 million, 4.32 of it is today. So all the volume is today. So what is the question on SFT? If you're talking, these are just previous AI alerts, you know, I mean, it didn't do well after this. This is in fact, the AI had it wrong both directions. I mean, there was a sell here. So the whole idea of looking at these flags is to see, okay, what happened, you know, subsequent days. So there was a sell, but it went up, then there was a buy and it went down. I don't know how much more I can add to that. And as far as upgrades are concerned, I don't pay any attention to it. Unless you told me that Goldman and Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan are doing it. And even then, for a cheap stock, I don't really pay that much attention. Never had shorts for Voso. Yeah, I guess Voso's done. I guess Voso's done for the day anyway. This is a pretty big pullback now. Now, for those of you who play pullbacks and all, well, see, when I say done, I'm talking about trying to take out the high of the day and ripping off that. I mean, obviously, you know, here's an area right down here. Where's the VWAP? 1645. So, yeah, I mean, that's 1610 here. And the VWAP's at 1645. I know some of you will try to play that bounce maybe. Clear guys, CLIR. Boy, it takes out 250. Maybe we got a little runner on our hands. Well, here's another one that got beat up on earnings. TLS got beat up on earnings here, and it is, you know, scratching and crawling its way back. 1945 is the next high looking left on that daily, but it came from 24 all the way down to 14. So there's a $10 drop. It did recover somewhat during the day. This is 3 days ago, and now it's just kind of, you know, clawing its way back up. Wow, clear guys. This is getting, if it takes out 250 with any oomph. We got to 254 briefly. Yeah, it's pulled. Yeah, but now it's pulled right back. See that 250, that 50-cent level for stocks, for me anyway, the 50-cent level for stocks under $5 can be almost as tough to get through as the whole numbers for others for all stocks. Okay, guys, there it goes again. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. All right, guys, we have a winner as far as I'm concerned. 237 on the alert for CLRR, up to 255. That's a great little percentage move. And now let's see if it can keep going. If you took it, you might. I'm not telling you to take some off, but you know you get from 237 to 255 in a very short period of time. And again, this is what I'm talking about right there. What was that other high? Let's see. Yeah, so 259 gets through that 259. I mean, then to 325 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. But it could easily stall at 259. So if you took that one anywhere near that 237, you know, just be aware of that 259. You know, just be aware of it. And we're right there. We're in it. Okay, we're above. We're above it. There we go, guys. How cool is this? Again, 237, 265. And you had plenty of time to do something, okay? Plenty of time. There was the alert, there's the candle, there's the arrow on the 2-minute chart showing you where the alert was. So it happened right on that candle. It dipped down to 229. You could have waited, and you know got back up to that 237 trigger. You could have taken it right there. I didn't get it at 237. I got it, well, okay, 239. And just I wasn't sure about how much it would struggle at 250. It wasn't a major struggle, but I mean it did have a topping tail, a bottoming tail, but it popped right back up. I mean it was that flashed down to 240 and it flashed right back up almost immediately, almost like it didn't happen. But again, I'm trying to tell you guys, remember 259 is the next area. I mean I know it popped above it, but it hasn't left it behind yet. I say I have taken some off because I'm not convinced it's going to rocket through this area, but if it does, I still have some. And then the next level is 325. And again, I know I repeat myself, but people come in and out, and I just have to say it. When I say the next level is 325, that doesn't mean it's going to get there. It's just that's the next high looking left on a weekly chart. Okay? I mean, I'd love for it to challenge 3. Oh man, I mentioned the SIGA before, SIGA. Didn't see any news on it. Oh, I'm sorry, it had earnings. It had earnings on the, well, that's on the 4th though. So this is way back here. I guess this is the reaction right here. Nothing really shaking. I mean, for a few days, and then all of a sudden, I don't. And it's an all-time high. That's right. I was mentioning this as an all-time high. Pretty cheap one as an all-time high. But look at it go. Thank you, Lando. Just watching the time and sales for CLIR. See how quickly it's trading. We're talking about right here. No, Traded doesn't offer this. Your broker will. It's so cheap. So, you know. Everybody wants everything for free. All right, guys, I've taken some more off. I just don't know if it's going to really pop through that 259. It's just below it. I don't have very much left. The CLIR. Well, with the big EV slide, this is really not done too much, really. I mean, it's $7, but it's only 0.67%. Yeah, well, there's your area. You're right, William, and there's your area right here, 1,000. I don't look at Apple, but you're making me. Apple, let's see what's happening. Wow, okay, big day. I know they talked about yesterday, they're going to allow people to fix their own phones now. Well, you want to, you tell my boss that, okay? But I do appreciate that. Yeah, so yesterday, yeah, so they came out and said, okay, now, for all the years we didn't let you fix your own phones. Now we're going to let you fix your own phones. I'm sure that's not, I don't know, I'm sure that's not the reason for today's pop. Yeah, I don't think most people would though, right, Frank? Most people, I mean, I know what you're saying. If you were a true do-it-yourselfer, you could probably figure out how to do it, but most people would not do it. Well, aren't they trying to make it backward? I mean, right now they'll have the parts for the i2 and the i3. I'm not an Apple. I'm a I'm Samsung all the way. Whereas my wife is Apple all the way, so we have heated arguments sometimes. Yeah, I read that. I heard that. I mean, they've been talking about the Apple Car for a long time. Yeah, well, but this is a 10-day, okay? That's a 10-day daily breakout. If you want a 5-day, like weekly, you just have to change it. So if you have this one, so Vroom, do you have this one? The 10-day daily breakout? Oh, you don't have it, okay. I can share, well, yeah, just go to my homepage. Okay, go to my homepage. I try to show you how you can do it kind of yourself, okay, rather than just giving you the scan. But it's pretty simple. Just go to my homepage. And then here's my scan section right here. So you click here, and here they are, the 10-day daily breakout, 10-day daily breakdown, okay? Now, tell me when you've loaded which one you want. If you load them both, that's fine. Tell me when you've loaded them, okay? Or one. And then I'll continue the conversation. Okay, so you went to my homepage, right? Just click on my homepage, go to the scan section, and you'll see them. 10-day daily breakout, 10-day daily breakdown. Just let me know if you still can't do it. Just let me know, okay? Look at SIGA, guys. SIGA. This is. Wish I'd seen this just a little bit earlier. I did see it. I saw it on the 9 break. The reason, once you have them loaded, what I want to show you is that you can, if you want, you can keep the 10, but we also have, all I've done here is in the configuration, okay, the position in the 10-day range, but we have a 5-day range too. Okay, we have the position in the 5-day range as an example. So if you wanted them both, or if you just preferred a 5-day breakout instead of a 10-day breakout, this is the filter you do. It's the 5-day range, and you'd put that if you're looking for the breakout as opposed to a breakdown. You put 100 here, and if you're looking for the breakdown, you put 0 here. So what I was going to say is if you want them both, then just copy the 10-day daily breakout, or I don't know if you want both of them, but just copy it and then just change that position, or the change in the 5 days to 10, or 10 days, change it to 5 days, and then you can have both of them. Does that all make sense? I want BITO. William, BITO. No, they're none of them are the don't repeat. Both of them are the repeating version. Okay. Now I can show you how. You understand the don't repeat. I mean, you can copy one, you can copy them, and then put the don't repeat. That's all I've done here. Most people don't use the don't repeat. Well, I should say most people. I think the majority of people probably, have all of their scans in repeating version. So every time it makes a new high, you see it. I just like having it in a don't repeat version side by side so I can kind of check, all right, what was the first alert? What was the time? What did it do from there? Man, I've got to have my head examined. PTLO, I said, you know what? If this takes a 50, this could have this could sink again. And I just sort of lost sight of it. Okay, so if you've got it and now you do understand, then you can, if you don't want the 10, you only want the 5, then you don't have to copy it. But if you want them both, then copy it, duplicate it, right click and duplicate it, and then just change the 10 day or add or change the 10 day daily to the 5 day. Real originally had it at 5, and I was just getting too many alerts. So, I think I get enough alerts on the 10. I just don't want the ones on the 5. But listen, it's your choice, of course. I'm more about getting fewer alerts than anything. And I will miss some things, yes, but I won't be overwhelmed by trying to, see everything all day long. Look at Siga, son of a gun! What a beauty! What a jewel! Of course, this is jowl, not jewel. Okay. Or maybe it's jowl. All right, well, the Voso tried. It had a little pop-up. Then it dropped 70 cents just like that. Actually, yeah, the dojo, this is the one, not the dojo, DLO, yeah. And the BJ's Wholesale Club Holdings, yeah, this was an earnings play, I believe. Yeah, an earnings play. And that is a beauty. That is a beauty. It is a beauty. I mean, when you look at it, and for those who think that you've got to take the AI trade at the very second that you get the alert, look at this one. Okay? You've got all sorts of time for a little bit of analysis. Why is it moving? Okay, it's an earnings play. And then you could have let this thing, this was 45 minutes before it finally started to move. The alert was at 68.41. You had, it got down to what, 67, 67, 67. You had all sorts of time to get into this trade. You could have even waited, for that break up here, 69.18 or so, and then look what it did from there. They're not designed that you have to get in right at the very time of the alert and to the absolute penny. Now, then this has been beautiful. Not that I'm in it. It's out of the price range I like to trade the AI, but, you make up your own mind. So this is what we're talking about. We had So we had the DLO, which was more of a like a bounce play. A bounce play after a horrible day yesterday, kind of bouncing off a little bit. This is an earnings play. The BJA is an earnings play. And even this one is the Vasco. It was an earnings play, is an earnings play, not was. A little more challenging because of the choppiness, but still not bad. This is what the AI looks like, though, guys. You have an entry, you have you get a real-time alert, and you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. So that's what I'm saying. Look at this one. You had all sorts of time to get in it. Probably 45 minutes after that 10:13, you could have still been waiting to see if it was going to do what you wanted it to do. PSTH. Well, yeah, Sam, because we get so many questions. I mean, they say, I couldn't get that trade. I was trying to trade it and it moved 2 cents off my, and so therefore, that's garbage. How can I use the AI? And it frustrates me to no end. Sky's the limit. SG. Oh, there's the sweet green, right? Yeah, way. Wow, look at that. I mean, it was priced at $28. Okay, the IPO was priced at $28. Do you think there's enthusiasm for this one? This sort of health food kick. Okay, I shouldn't call it a kick. But so this obviously, if you're wondering why we're seeing it like this, is obviously they adopted this symbol, this SG symbol. It stopped trading as SG, whatever that, I'm assuming anyway. It's hard for me to tell the date. Looks like this is back in February, okay? And so they took over this symbol. Look at clear guy. I mean, I don't know how more I can emphasize taking profits, but look at the CLIR. I mean, it would have been wonderful if it had got close to 3, but that 259 level, yeah, it popped a little bit above it, but boy, I mean, that really stalled it. So hopefully you guys traded it, especially these small ones. Boy, that's a bad boy. No data to display still. Well, you guys who have availability of OSO shorts, wow. FOSO. All right, guys, today, man, the weeks go quickly. Today is Thursday, so today is a marketing meeting for me at, yeah, but they don't just get their news from Benzinga. This would have been Reuters as an example. Okay, so it's not just Benzinga. That'd be a bummer though if something's gone on with Canada and licensing these headlines, because I do rely on them. Mr. Real showing up at 10 minutes to 2. Do I hear a big yawn? You know what, guys? You got to watch this one going forward, this ruckus. I mean, it's an all-time high now, and that Lyrink put the big $100 price target on them. Look at the volume that came in. It doesn't trade that much. You know, that's 2 million shares. It's 13 times normal, so it doesn't really trade that much. But you have to watch this one going forward. I mean, this could be one of those sneaky ones, you know. A month from now, it's at 100, and you go, man, I remember when. So it wasn't your cable this time. So your cable's okay now? Well, nothing much happened unless you consider VOSO going from about 11 to 20. And the other one that was so interesting was the LGVN. That went from 3 to 9. Other than that, you didn't miss anything. So again, we get the question many times. Can you use the AI or any part of Trade Ideas for swing trading? Well, you know, this would be completely up to you, right? But, you know, obviously tremendous reaction to earnings for BJ's Wholesale Club. I don't think we have them in Canada. But anyway, tremendous reaction. It's an all-time high. You know, you can say to yourself, well, nothing holding it back. Reaction has been great to earnings. It could continue. I mean, it is up to you. Nothing in Trade Ideas is going to say, yes, take this one because it's going to keep going higher. But, you know, you have to make a, you know, maybe tomorrow it pauses. I don't know. But, I mean, this looks awfully good if you're into swing trades. Especially if it closes near the highs. Okay, keep one eye on the LGVN if it takes out 7. It looks like it's trying to put in a little base here. See this little base right there, and lots of excuse me, a lot of tops right here, just over 7, and some volume coming in. I mean, it may not be over. Some volume definitely coming in. That's a lot of volume coming in. Well, remember I was saying, wow, okay, now I think this is a record, guys. Let's go for a 100, okay? We need this to trade 268 million shares today. And then it will have traded the float 100 times. Wow. So just another 64 million shares for the balance of the day. But right now it's traded the float 76 times. I mean, the next closest one today is Voso at 2. But isn't it interesting? The two most active trading, the ones that a lot of people in the room took a look at and probably traded, right here. Here's your float turnover. Here are the two of them right there. And that's a... I don't know if I'm sharing this float turnover, but it's easy to do. Anybody wants to do it? Oh man, Lucid. Oh. Thank you for not holding it. You know, I mean, at some point, I guess it's going to bounce, but maybe, I mean, down here in that 35 to 39 area, I don't know. I mean, this is just a real sell-off. My diamond hands, they crumbled, turned into dust. Yeah, so Gordon, if you go to my homepage, they're there. They are there, I should say. Okay, just go to my homepage and go to the scan section. Go to the scan section right here and click here. And here they are, 10-day daily breakdown. Now, you might want to up I mean, it's up to you, but I upped the relative volume to 8. I think it was 8. I think the ones here are only at 1 or 2 or something like that. I was getting too many alerts. So, you don't have to, but yeah, 8. Okay. I mean, you're still getting a lot of alerts, but I'd rather do that than getting like 50 or 60 alerts a day. You're not a financial advisor. You guys were all here when John said, "Don't sell your Lucid." You guys were all here. Compare count is, it takes two competing strategies. Well, kind of like this, okay? The 10-day daily breakdown, the 10-day daily breakout, okay? And it pits them against each other. And it kind of shows you which one is kind of winning. Okay? I don't use it. I mean, I have one, but I don't have one up and running anymore. I don't find like a big advantage to having it. But some people love it. Jamie, I know, uses it quite a bit. So, I mean, if I loaded one, I'll show you what it looks like. I've got to go to my marketing meeting, but let me... Okay, so this is showing movers to the upside, greater than 300,000 shares, versus movers to the downside, greater than 300. There are other filters in place, but you can see right now, and it's a ticker. I mean, it's kind of cool. So right now, I mean, I just loaded it, of course, but TGTX. But right now, because I just loaded it, but if I had loaded this at the beginning of the day, you know, obviously not 100% of the stocks would be down. But right now, it's giving a bit. But you can pit earnings plays. You can pit oil companies against each other, or companies in the oil sector or energy sector. You can do some cool things with it, but All right, guys, I'm going to be taking my break right now, so I'm going to put myself on mute. No, sorry, not a break. I'm in this marketing meeting, so just give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm always the last to know. I guess they canceled the meeting, so there's no meeting today. Wow, look at that jewel. Good for you. It could dip here, but man, oh man, is this ever super strong? So maybe what I'll do is I'll just show you what this is looking for. This is the compare account window. Just because I don't typically use it doesn't mean you guys shouldn't or want to have a go. So this is what it does. So if I right click, configure, and configure. Okay, so this is new highs, pre-market highs, post-market highs, stocks between. So this is the ones that are moving up, okay? And I want to compare it against the ones with the same filters except on the downside. And the stock will be down from the close, okay? 2% down from the close. Okay? So I want to compare it. You'll see what I'm talking about. See, these are now down and down from the close, okay? So as the stocks come through, so right now, you can see that on the downside, more stocks are coming through on the downside right now. Okay, so it's kind of a cool window. But as I said, you could if you wanted to do fancy things like comparing energy plays, the ones moving up versus the ones moving down. You could do things like that. Financials. You can let your imagination run wild, really, and comparing things. Okay, what I did yesterday, just to make it a little more interesting as we get closer and closer to the end, I'll take about 3 or 4 suggestions for trades, okay? But you've got to give me a stop. We'll put them in the simulator and see how they go. But I have to have a stop because we're going to share size and just as if we were taking the trade for real, okay? Facebook, volatile, okay? Yeah, a little bit of a bottoming tail there, yeah. Instagram effects on children is being investigated, okay? All right, let's go take a look. LGVN. I was going to do LGVN, okay? Short entry, okay? Can you? But you can't short that in IB. So I'm not going to do it. Well, it's not American. I mean, if those of you with IB who are in the States, do you have shorts for LGVN? No, all I was saying is that in the simulator, like I did yesterday, I just took some stocks from the audience that we put in the simulator. I'm shorting the room down at 3. I just thought, and for the last hour, I would do that. That's all. Up to 4 trades in the simulator. Look at the volume that came into Sega. Hopefully, I don't know what you're doing, William. If you're still in your short, it seems like you'd probably have taken it out. Now that made me, I noticed you said that did make you laugh out loud. Now we throw laugh out loud around too much, not just here, but in general. But that made me laugh out loud. That's funny. So you're talking the bio ETF. Okay, so a 30-cent stop. Okay, I'm going to take 300 shares, sell it. We put our stop at 49.72. Okay, so that wasn't quite, I was trying to, I should have went 333 shares, I guess, in theory, but close enough, okay? So right now, so if it hits 49.72, I'll be out $82 in the simulator. Yeah, I always used to just look at IBB. I know IBB is probably a lot more expensive. This split, this must have split, right? A 1-for-2 split or something? Forward split? Yeah, it had to. It had to. Sorry, John. What do you mean? What is it in at? Labu? It's right. So we took it at 49.45 on a short. Hasn't moved yet. So it's the biotech. It's the ETF bull 3 times ETF for biotechs. All right, I think LGVN is done. I don't think it's. I think it is done. Okay, guys, I can take 3 more. 3 more. All you have to do is give me a stock, but I want to have a stop also. It might, but I'm telling you, if it doesn't hold this level here, I don't know. LGVN, if it doesn't hold this level right here, is 628. If it sinks down below and starts, boy, I mean, listen, it could bounce, but I don't think it's going to get anywhere close to these lofty levels. I could be wrong, but yeah, you know, think about the psychology of what has happened. We had the nice pop. We had a lot of, I mean, I was almost set to take this one right around here. It had it pop through, you know, basing pretty well. All of a sudden you get this giant red candle. You go, uh-oh. And then you get, oh, maybe not. You get this green candle coming up, but then the next one is red. You know, so it's not confidence inspiring. You know, even if they're, well, yeah, I mean, right next to that one. That's what got people a little more confident. And then, but right away, again, I don't know for sure, of course, but yeah, Labu is we could have bought LABD, you know, instead of shorting this one, we could have bought LABD. Yeah, I'm just biding my time really, guys, now till the end. Look at Solo. I mean, oh, these EV plays have been really, now this is, you know, a very small one, but had earnings on the 9th. I think the reaction was reasonable. Right there, yeah. Popped up the next day. I mean, these are tough. I'm looking at Lucid. I'm looking at Riven, RIVN. I mean, they're just getting killed today. Newgate, is that Newgate or Newegg or something? Newegg Commerce. Yeah, a lot of volume just came in. Okay, this just showed up. STTK. This just showed up. STTK. Gotta say this, ooh, gotta be careful in it. Shattuck. Shattuck Labs. My goodness, the development of the agonist redirected checkpoint platform. I'm sorry, but you know, this is what are we in the Middle Ages here? Founded by Hosea Hornblower. Great name. I mean, a great name. Anybody's in the room, if that's your name, I apologize. I'm not making fun of it. It's just a great name. You know, your Jewel is still intriguing. I mean, it's, yeah, the volume is drifted down, but it hasn't collapsed or anything. I mean, yeah, I got up to 1540. What's the spread like? Spread is probably been like that forever, right? 15, 17. So it's never been like a 1 or 2 cent spread. Well, guys, listen, this STTK is all-time low. All-time low right now, STTK. So many companies making all-time lows. I mean, it just goes to show. I mean, we're seeing so many companies making all-time lows, and yet the market's at an all-time high. Ooh, that'd be a. So unless they turf that CEO, I don't know I don't know what the status is right now. Wow, what a tough 3 days. Everything's taking a crypto pot and EV, everything. Look at MJ. I mean, I was ready to declare, my bias was finally over about the cannabis stocks. I saw that monthly chart. I said, okay, maybe guys down in the States, you're going to loosen up the regulations, etc. It looked, pretty promising last week. So I don't know what's happened. Is there again, I don't follow it as closely as maybe I should, but is there all sorts of roadblocks still in the States? But yeah, I mean, I literally was thinking, okay, I mean, I almost was going to take this MJ, just tuck it away and see if it could ride the cannabis wave, but I'm glad it didn't. And then, of course, we've got crypto. Crypto, look at crypto. Now, there was a day, remember, I think we had, was it Monday? We had EV, crypto, and cannabis. Everything was ripping. It was either last week, one day, or was it Monday? Maybe it wasn't Monday. I think it was last week. One day last week, we had those three sectors just going crazy. I appreciate that, Apex. We're getting off the beaten track here, but just give me a moment here. I'm actually really interested in this STTK. I want to see. I mean, it's 985, 990 right now. I want to see if it has a big collapse now underneath 10, because it's an all-time low. Nothing's holding it up, being an all-time low, and I don't see any specific news. I'm just looking. It had earnings on the 9th. Obviously, right here. Wow. So it got. I guess we must have seen that. We must have seen this that day. I mean, this went from 20 down to 13. We must have seen it. So now it's just continuing down. Wow. But now it's underneath the magic 10. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of scanning at some other. How's this Ruckus doing? The RCUS? Hanging in. As I said, keep an eye on it going forward. I mean, with a $100 price target, all-time high. Don't have to worry about any resistance really on top of it. Another loser from you guys. Are we going to get stopped out? Let's see, what's the stop again? 49.72. So what does that minus 21 mean? That means that we're in the simulator where we exited this EGLX. It's 21 cents under, which you'd want to see, right? Want to see a big negative number. You got out and then stock really drops. Oops, I know a lot of, oh boy. A lot of guys at Trade Ideas are in this one. MNMD. I'm going to ask the question right now. Hey, I only did what you told me to, Becca. Hey, it's come back. We're up $4, $4.08. Where are we going to spend that? Oops. Well, this STTK is just kind of sitting there. I was hoping, well, listen, if it gets like a bid of 980, 985, I may take it going into the close. Because I don't see any real, I mean, it did have a little pop up here, but that was short-lived. So anyway, we'll see. Yeah, unfortunately, many of us, well, certainly at IB, did not have shorts for VOSO, which is too bad. All right, guys, we're getting close to the end. So, half an hour left. Again, any questions, fire away. Yeah, you're right. 3,800. There are 3,800 shorts available now. But I'm not chasing this one down. So for fun, let's see if they're being snapped up or there's a lot of covering right now. So So this is what I'm talking about, okay? So again, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. So this is usually real time. So what we're watching for here is there a lot of covering taking place, or is there still more shorting? So if there's covering, this will start to increase, and obviously if there's more shorting, this will start to decrease. Right now it's doing nothing. Again, this is Interactive Brokers. This is, not reflective of any other broker out there, but usually you see some move. Go, Becca, go. $50 now we're up. There we go. We had a couple of hundred were taken. Anyway, I just wanted to show you that. Again, that's from Interactive Brokers. Cool little tool. All right, guys. One last look at. Was that this one? No. One last look at my homepage and drawing your attention again to the promo we've got going on right now, and that'll probably be until quite a while. We're almost to the end of the month. Okay. Now, just a minute. Okay, so I'll just pop my link in again. Okay, so when you click on my link here, right there, there's a link right there. You will see this, and here's the promo code, okay? Black 25, and this will expire, I believe, the 28th. That's Sunday, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, okay? So you have time. And of course, on my homepage, the trade of the week, free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do at noon, free. All the education here, free. You only have to, but obviously, excuse me, you have to be a subscriber to have access to all the scans I've created. So try us out for a month. I mean, don't get trade ideas. I said get trade ideas. There we go. So you can try us out for a month. Just our standard package, 118, less than 25%. If you love it and you want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 25% if you do it within 30 days. Same with the premium too. And the premium gave you these little gems today. So I see BJ has actually pulled back. So BJ has actually pulled back quite a bit, actually. I mean, from 73 something to 71. On a percentage basis, not terrible. You're welcome, Orlando. Oh, this was a nice one, but it's very spotty maybe. I'm talking about the ASYS. I'm just looking ASYS, the alert to short. It's quite a while ago. 1138 at 1138 at 1080. I mean, we're steadily down, I guess, 40 cents. I'm just looking at this 2-minute chart. It looks ugly as anything. Well, I don't know if I mean, I have a scan called Bouncers Toppers. Okay, it's a multi-strategy window, just 2 strategies. One's for topping plays that you might want to short, or bouncers that are bouncing, obviously bouncing. You can take a look at that one because that's looking for stocks that have been beaten up for a while and then start to bounce. It's called Bouncers Toppers from my homepage in the in the scan section. Whoops. Yes. So in actual fact, I wasn't paying attention. So in actual fact, we had $106. Okay. So let's see. Obviously, I would have traded this out. I mean, if I'd been really following. But it would not have, it doesn't matter. I mean, what you're looking for, of course, with risking $82 to get the minimum, we had to think that we could get at least $164 on it. Did you figure that out? Was that realistic? Or wherever 164 would have been, whatever price that would have been? I guess that would have been realistic depending on what time frame you look at. But Becca's entirely right. I mean, if you're up $100 on something and you don't want to let it turn into a loss, you might. I mean, the idea of getting into a trade though is you want to, if you're going to risk $100, you have to have an expectation of making 200. Okay, based on what the chart is telling you. Now, you're not going to go crazy. If you can't, if you go into a trade and the expectation is there based on what you're seeing, you take the trade. Sure. No, but it doesn't necessarily work. So that's what happens sometimes with me. It turns into a bit of a scalp trade. I don't go into anything thinking, well, I'm going to risk $100 to make 30. Never, 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 never. But sometimes I get out of a trade and, that's the reality. If all that makes sense. But you wouldn't have taken this trade unless you could have had an expectation of a 1 for 2, right? Based on what the chart was telling you, right? You wouldn't have taken a trade. Oh yeah, full moon. Well, of course, everything is firing in the first hour. Everything. Yeah, it's a little bit of a bounce. I mean, look, if it took out 740, I mean, I know that's $1 away. It's possible. Anything is. I say, I need that on my T-shirt. Anything is possible. But right here. I mean, these 2 highs right there. I suppose if all of a sudden, volume came smoking in like, big volume bar like that came smoking in here and took it right through. Sure. Yeah, the tiny floats are wonderful when they're working for you. When you are on the right side of it. Okay, guys, give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I wanted to leave this in here. All right, and just show you how that worked. I don't understand. There's some kind of a bug here. I mean, obviously the total PNR cannot be minus 154. Ooh, my goodness. Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding you guys. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the volume that came in. Look at the pop right through there. Look at this. LGVN. I didn't get it. I mean, it tore right through my price alert like nothing, and it just got halted. It just got halted. Unfortunately, I did not get it because I mean, that was... What time is it right now? 2:42, so... And let's see what it may open at. Well, this could get interesting now going into the close. Yeah, this I have to admit, this surprised me. Okay, so this is what we're looking at here, 791. So there's really no clue, but my guess is it's going to open higher. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So there's the halt, the 792. A lot of times you'll see, especially if it's going to rip higher, you'll see for argument's sake, 820, 824, 850, 860, something like that. Right now, there's no big clue about where it's going to open. And this, of course, is a changing number. Well, that's a bummer. I mean, I was waiting for a 720 break, and I could not get it. Grumble, grumble. Yeah, I mean that's right. It was like literally 15 seconds. I heard the sound alert. I saw it. I said, okay, well maybe, and then well, I can't take it. I mean, it's just. But let's see. I mean, what was the high today? The high today. Get this Labu off. Who the heck told me to buy this Labu? Oh, I blame it. I blame you. 826 is the next high. Yeah, I mean, we could get a high of day. What's the high of the day right here is 890. Yeah, I mean, this could take on a life of its own if it takes out that 890. The next high on the monthly chart is what did I say? It was 937, and after that, 1248. I mean, this could go crazy after, well, not just after hours, but so right now it's 88. Okay, 88. I almost guarantee it's going to be higher. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this is going to open at 247 plus 42 seconds. is what we're talking about. Typically they are 5-minute halts. I don't see 890. I only see 88 right now. IB is usually pretty accurate, but hey, we'll see. I mean, where are you getting 890, Lando? Unless, no, I'm right at the top here. Anyway, nothing we can do until it opens. Well, hey, listen, you guys might be right. We'll have to see. Right now, it still says 797, 793. I mean, I'm sure it's going to open higher. Time? All right, we will be opening this in about 10 seconds. If this is a 5-minute halt, okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. We're open. And open at, around 8. Popping above now. In a big way. But it's, oh man, look how, guys, if you don't have time in sales, I mean, that's in itself a lot of fun just to watch. Look at this. There we go. There's the high now. Actually, there's the high. So it did not actually take out the high. The high up here is 890 almost. It got right there. You can see where it got to. Just a little bit below that 893. And it pulled way back. So, but I if it takes out that high, I think it could go higher. $893 actually is that price alert. So I'm just kind of looking for the 850 break again. Ooh, got ugly. It got ugly. Ooh, it got real ugly. Oh, gotta wait. I'm waiting for another 850 break. Traded the flow 85 times now. 85 times. I think it just got halted on the way down, guys. No, maybe not. Maybe not. But it just stopped trading for a second there, and I thought, okay, it's got to be halted, but it's not halted yet. Shoot, I was really hoping for that 850 break. I think since we've had this float turnover, since I've had it up, I think that has to be very close to a record. I do remember a 60 odd one, but we're right at 85 right now. I'm going to try to be as nimble as I can because, I mean, remember what happened here, so the same thing could happen again. Once this selling stops. All right, guys, listen, if you don't mind, I think I'll shut the room down now because I am trying to concentrate on this and I don't want to miss it if it takes out that 850 in a big way. So let me get my script together as I'm watching this with one eye and doing my script with the other. Friday tomorrow, yay! Oh, well, maybe I don't have to go now. It's taking a bigger plunge than I was hoping. I was hoping 8 would hold, and it might. It still might. I mean, listen. Well, 8's not holding, obviously, right now, but if it regains 8 and then has a pop, I'm probably in. And then we're going to see in the last hour, even after hours. I mean, who knows what it could do. I don't think many brokers have shorts available. I mean, I may be wrong. I mean, I don't think there have been shorts available all day for this one at Interactive Brokers. Okay, it's over 8 again. Okay, guys, yeah, hope you don't mind. I think I like to shut the room down so I can really concentrate on it. I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then.